It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 28th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Wyoming legislature is currently considering a bill that would restrict Wyoming's investment managers from investing in any company that supports environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, policies. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that although both State Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Secretary of State Chuck Gray oppose ESG, they expressed significantly different opinions about HB 80 and ESG on Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake on Monday.
When you peel past the surface, Meyer is definitely more agnostic on the topic than Chuck Gray. Meyer kind of believes in taking a hands-off approach to it and just kind of focusing on what makes the state most money possible, whereas Gray is totally in support of taking a hardline stance against ESG and sacrificing money if it needs to, as he believes it in the long run will decimate Wyoming. Meyer has often used the phrase, one should never get mad at their money. He has also said that money is green, not red or blue, and always working for you in reference to his department. Basically saying you should take a nonpartisan approach to ESG and things of that nature.
The ESG policy as proposed is already enforced under current state rule, but the bill would codify it into law. Nearly 50 people were nabbed in an early morning raid at a private party in the Denver metro area Sunday morning, including illegal immigrants with suspected ties to a Venezuelan gang. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the raid also included the seizure of drugs, cash, and weapons.
They arrested 49 people. Of those 49, 41 were illegal immigrants. And an unknown number also had ties to the TDA or Tren de Aragua gang. They weren't releasing the numbers of gang members or suspected gang members. They also seized unknown quantities of drugs, and that included cocaine, crack cocaine, and something called pink cocaine. They also seized guns as well as cash.
Sunday's bust culminated from a months-long investigation that began last August and is part of the agency's ongoing efforts to target cartel drug operations throughout the country as well as in Wyoming. A Wyoming doctor urged state lawmakers Monday to pass a bill preventing doctors from being fired or stripped of their licenses for doing what he did, prescribing ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to COVID-19 sufferers. If it becomes law, House Bill 164 would block employers from firing doctors, pharmacists, and other prescribers who prescribe drugs to patients for off-label uses, according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Ivermectin is the easy example because it was spoke to prescribe off-label for COVID during COVID. And there was a push against that, certainly nationally. And we did see doctors penalized either for or after doing that, including one in Wyoming who talked to the committee and said, look, I was unexpectedly fired and I thought the treatment was working and I was watching it work in my patients.
The House Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee did advance House Bill 164 on a 7-1 vote Monday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
2 Wyoming Department of Transportation snowplow trucks were struck and damaged in southeast Wyoming this weekend, taking them off the highways during a snowstorm. And a sander was also damaged in one of the crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there have been 9 snowplow strikes in Wyoming so far this winter, resulting in totaled plows and extensively damaged commercial vehicles.
There's 22 YDOT snowplow trucks covering the Laramie area. 3 of those trucks were out of commission as of Monday because they had sustained some sort of damage. 22 plows in the Laramie area, that sounds like a lot, but 3 trucks down for a period of days, that's 14% of YDOT's truck fleet and their workforce in that area that's not clearing the roads at the time when it's needed most. People should really internalize that because it does have an impact on their travel and safety.
Collisions with plow trucks can cause tremendous logistical issues for WYDOT and the Wyoming Highway Patrol. If a driver sees a snow cloud hurtling towards them, they should anticipate the snow plow behind it and drive accordingly. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
In southwest Wyoming, wide open space is waiting. This is how we explore it. In Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming. Plan your adventure at explorewy.com.
Good morning. We got Jen Coker in the Zoom room. We're going to get there in a second. First, let's tee up the lineup for you. Feds raid a nightclub in Denver, cart away 49 illegals with suspected ties to Venezuelan gang activity. And they're sniffing up that pink cocaine. Man, that's never good. Pink Floyd will tell you that. Liz Cheney may still walk the plank for her involvement in the J6 investigation, even if she was pardoned by her BFF Biden. Should peeping Toms have to register as sex offenders? Wyoming thinks so. Drive much? 3 snow plows plowed into over the weekend. Turkeys get the boot from Casper, Wyoming. Wyoming's crypto queen is now America's crypto queen. Senator Cynthia Lummis named as boss of Bitcoin as she'll chair a key committee for Trump. We'll talk to a man later this morning who has made it his life's mission to put away child sex traffickers. We'll meet a beloved radio host who hung up his mic and headphones at the end of last year, and we'll chat with a woman who teaches students how to carve up cadavers at CWC in Riverton. Make sure you've had your breakfast. Let's get into the Zoom room. Jen Coker. Jen, you're our Zoom room guinea pig. Because every time I go to the Zoom room in the morning, it's always a wonder what'll show up. And it's not you, apparently. All right, let me work on my visuals because people need to see you. You look smashing today. I want to talk first right away with this ICE deal in, now it's not a Wyoming story, but it is, because when you've got people that possibly are, in fact, that's how they got tipped off to these illegal immigrants at this nightclub party in Denver. I think ICE and federal officials have been working this case for a little bit. They were tracing fentanyl sales, and they've been working on it. And this fentanyl and meth and everything makes its way to Wyoming sooner or later. So, yeah, give us a background of that, why this raid in Denver means anything to Wyoming and what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's close enough, right? Denver is not very far. And the DEA spokesperson I talked to said, these investigations are going on everywhere, including in Wyoming. So we are not immune, and we definitely have cartel activity here. Now, he wouldn't say, he specifically pointed out the Sinaloa and the New Generation cartel and didn't say much about whether or not there is Tren de Aragua activity. I know that Claire did a story a while back, and there was at least one purported gang member in the Cheyenne prison. And I can't remember if he has since been deported, but that's a question for Claire.
Okay. There you are. Popped you back in. Sorry for that. There's Jen. You don't even notice, do you?
Technology. Yeah.
On your end, everything looks normal, right?
Yeah.
On my end, it's a complete mess. Believe me.
Just one more thing, Jake. One more thing.
Total chaos, man. All right. So I did have another question. By the way, and just in case, you are probably hip to this. Me, this is too new for me, but the pink cocaine I'm finding out, and I had to go to the DEA.com. DEA.gov is not cocaine at all. Usually, it's pink dyed powder, sometimes known as 2C, and it could have a lot of different things in it, like ketamine, MDMA, meth, maybe some fentanyl, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of cocaine, maybe cocaine, but yes, bad stuff. And these are, I mean, we were hearing about stuff like this in Denver, like gangs taking over apartment complexes, and Trump, said that Haitians were eating cats and dogs up there in Ohio or something, and you don't know what to believe in news anymore. But here's a whole bunch of suspected folks who are in the country not properly partying with lots of drugs. So ICE with the big pinch in the metro area. And you did talk to somebody who said this stuff makes its way to Wyoming.
Oh, absolutely.
Regularly.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to say, I had no idea what pink cocaine was either. Apparently, I've been out of the scene for quite some time, but apparently it's a new party drug. And it's kind of the drug that keeps them going all night. And I will say that there wasn't a count of how many had ties to the Tren de Aragua gang, but only that they were invited there. It was invite only. And watching another news coverage this morning, actually, with an interview with the DEA agent in charge, he said there were illegals from all different countries. It wasn't just Venezuela. And he said even including one from Italy. So, the gang ties were just, if you get an invite to that, you know somebody who knows somebody.
Right. And that's probably not the biggest, thing you're guilty of is knowing a gang member. It's being in the country without, proper paperwork. You're not supposed to be here. That's the biggest issue, I think, that Trump has with immigration. And if you're not legally here, you're doing it wrong. And for those waiting in line doing it right, it's not fair. Whether you're doing pink cocaine or not.
Yeah, and there was a lot of guns and cash, too. He wouldn't give me an amount, only to say significant on both. But surprisingly, there was zero violence. Everybody went peacefully. No shots were fired. So it was, a peaceful bust as far as that thing goes.
Yeah, and that reminds me of like when the mafia used to get nabbed, and they would do it. They would comply just fine because they'd be like, "I'm going to be out by breakfast." They probably have some place, but they have some way of just getting right back in the country next month. They're like, "Yeah, no problem. El Chapo, get me out." We're not talking about, salt of the earth people looking to make a new life for their family, trying to live on the down low just as a ranch hand, somewhere in Wyoming here illegally. These are people here with drugs and guns. Sayonara. Adios. Go back to Venezuela or wherever. And when we last left this Campbell County Health, the Legacy and Living Rehabilitation Center, we found the 88-year-old woman dead outside in the courtyard. And I know the facility was questioning a few internally of their own employees. Now we see some action out of that just the other day.
Yeah, we had 3 contract employees fired or let go. Their contracts were terminated. And one was a contract administrator. And then there was one full-time Legacy employee fired. And that investigation is still ongoing. The police have not released the results, and they're withholding the identity of the person, which I'm attempting to get in touch with that person's family.
Yeah, I can imagine in the world we live in today, the litigious world, that there might be some lawsuits or something, but it's just too bad about the woman. And sometimes employees mess up at work. I know I do all the time, hitting wrong buttons and stuff, but it's never a life or death thing for me.
Right.
But it is for some.
Yeah, just a sad story. And apparently, I've talked to people who did know that woman, and again, they're not releasing their identity, and I'll respect that. But who just said she was just a sweetheart, and she was in there for memory problems.
We're talking to Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. She's got a fantastic story about a guy that you probably know if you're in the Gillette area. If you remember going back to the late 80s, this guy was a star on your baseball team, the Gillette Rough Riders, who Gillette Riders are like class baseball. They've been doing it every year. He's in the Riders Hall of Fame, by the way, 2020. Third baseman, catcher a little bit, pitcher. Could have had a promising baseball career, Chris McDonald. But when he saw on TV the Kuwait, the whole Operation Desert Storm, he's like, war is real, and I need to do something about it. And he walked away from a baseball career, became a Marine, and give us the backstory on Chris McDonald, who we're going to talk to. If you get anything wrong, Jen, we'll know. We're going to talk to Chris later today. We may have to cover his face, and we may have to like digitize his voice. He's not undercover though, is he necessarily?
No, not any longer.
All right.
And I have talked to Chris on stories. Of course, he's in charge of the Internet Crimes Against Children's unit for DCI. So he's now in Cheyenne because he's a bigwig.
Yeah.
He's a commander at this point. But I had no idea he was a baseball player. And he just kind of casually mentioned, I was a baseball player. I'm like, oh, were you good? And he was just like, actually, I had quite a few scholarships. I had no idea about this Hall of Fame stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But he's very modest. He's such a modest guy. So you'll have to get him to open up about his accomplishments because he will not. I mean, I had to pry it out of him. But I had no idea about the baseball. I had no idea that he gave that up to serve the country. So I learned a lot through the course of this story. And just a top-notch guy. I think I've gotten so many emails about this story, which has nothing to do with the writing of the story. It has everything to do with Chris McDonald. And people are just, this guy is amazing. So his reputation speaks for itself. And of course, he was undercover UC in Gillette as a drug guy. And again, he was modest about that because I'm obsessed with undercover. And so I'm like, what did you do? And he's like, he had a family at the time too. So he was like, I was operating, he wasn't undercover like with the DEA type for months at a time, but he definitely really had an impact. I mean, he was telling me he was part of a 100+ person indictment at once that actually was cartel affiliated.
Yeah.
But of course, he's so modest. So he's like, it was no big deal.
I know. And I think that's why you see such feedback from your stories of people wanting to slap him on the back because they never get a chance to do that because he's either behind the scenes, you don't even know it's him, or he just will deflect it. Anything you want, any praise you want to give him, he'd be like, no, it's not me. There's guys like that we know, and those are the biggest heroes. It's interesting. His career coming out of the military, he never envisioned a law enforcement career, but he came back home to Wyoming and went right back home, got in the sheriff's office, and then decided money might be a better thing. He made a bad decision, he'll say, for a couple years of his life. He chased the dollar working in the mines, but then he got smart again, and his calling now is decades. He's on a mission, a righteous mission, in law enforcement. We'll talk to Chris later and get the scoops on why he's a Marine and not in the Army. That was interesting, Jen.
I thought that was interesting too. The randomness of that. Just the recruiter doesn't show. And the other guy pokes his head out and says, hey, kid, come on in.
Yeah. Well, Army, you missed out. I know the Army recruiter's a no-show.
And he worked, again, he's way too modest, but he tested super high and during boot camp. So he was put into intelligence. So intelligence is kind of his thing for sure.
Yeah. And I wouldn't associate intelligence with the Marines. I'll have to ask him, since when does the Corps have any intelligence division at all? I thought they were all just about whooping butt, man. All right. What else is going on, Jen?
Well, I'm working on a couple profiles still. I'm talking to a couple people about legacy this morning. And what else do I have going on? I haven't gotten into this one, but this is my week to work on it. And that's the sale of bodies. And it's highly unregulated. So I've talked to a couple people about it, but I haven't dove in yet. So that's on my roster for this week too. And I've got a little very interesting story about the John Benet Ramsey case. I can tell you a little bit more about that on Thursday.
Ooh.
A private investigator from Utah believes he knows exactly who it is. And remember, this is unsolved to this day. And he said can tie it to another area murder of a girl. So
interesting.
We will see.
I love when we can dive back and solve old cases. It's just so annoying or frustrating. I don't know what the word is to know that someone, there's some kind of unsolved case, any kind of unsolved case, but especially when people are missing. It just seems weird. We're going to talk later to Tara Womack, who deals in bodies, but I'm assuming...
I saw that.
I'm assuming totally legit. She gets her cadavers from University of Utah, and we're going to talk about a super interesting program at CWC Riverton. So don't question her. I think it's all good there.
She's good. Yeah, what a fascinating story. Another good Jackie Dorothy.
Yeah, and we'll have Jackie on as well to talk more about that. One last thing, Jen, I think today we'll ask everybody, kind of riffing off the story yesterday where we heard that Elon Musk is intent on eliminating the penny. Do you have any use for the penny in your life? Would you miss it if it was gone?
I hate pennies.
Me too.
I'm so 100%. I mean, they're worthless. And I know people collect them, and it's a whole nother thing. Let them collect them. It doesn't interfere. I really resent pennies. They always end up stuck somewhere.
Yes, they're like garbage. They're on the floor of your truck, and you're like,
always.
Pennies?
And they're always stuck. Yeah.
Stuck somewhere.
And I just want them out of my life.
That's one vote anti-penny. Okay, we've got your vote registered, Jen. You have no use for the penny.
I'm an anti-penny activist.
I'm with you. If you form the club, I'll be your VP or whatever it takes.
We'll do it. Another mission we have, Jake.
Yeah, I'm not ready to go full crypto, but I'm ready to move away from the penny.
The first person who is able to explain crypto to me in a way I understand is going to win an enormous prize of some sort.
I will send Senator
Renee Jean. She's fabulous. And one day she tried to give me a primer, and I was like, Renee, we just must stop because you've lost me on the first sentence.
Your eyes glazed over.
I don't get how they're mined. I don't understand the mining process, and I've done a lot of interviews too on this subject. I still don't get it.
Isn't it funny how you're able to do a story, appear coherent about a subject, talk to a story subject, and then write a story, and you're like, I still don't know what crypto is. I don't know how it works.
Clueless.
Yeah, Cynthia Lummis will explain it to you. She's the new crypto queen. Yeah,
I'm tuning in for sure because I want to understand because I feel like I'm missing out.
All right.
I mean, I feel like I could be a millionaire and I'm not. So
you're still trying to rid yourself of pennies. Like, get these out of my life.
That's a first step.
All right, I'm with you. Thanks, Jen, for coming on.
You have a good one, Jake.
Make it a regular thing. 6:06, and we'll talk to Jen every 6 past the hour. I like that. Jen's going to be regular. Well, she's already regular, but we've kind of moved our time slots around. I'll be right back with a radio legend. Oh, man, I will be honored just be in the same Zoom room with him. And we'll do it right after this quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. It continues after these.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
And we're back to it. And the man with a keen sense of timing, because he's done this before. As longtime radio host, it's Larry Proetti, although he's having trouble dialing in the tech.
Can I,
Hey, Larry.
can you hear me now?
I hear you, man. I hear you great. What's
I hear
going
you
on?
very- Thank you so much.
Hey, well, I'm honored. You're a legend. I'm not worthy to be side by side with you in the Zoom room.
Stop that.
I'm serious.
We're all broadcast brothers.
Well, we'll get to your calling of baseball games. That's where I've actually heard you work. I don't have the benefit of being close enough to you in Cheyenne. I'm way over here in Jackson, but KYOY and the Pro Shop and all that. But first, this is Larry Proetti, and for decades, you've woken up with this guy. But his career started in, explain, how is there a Pittsburgh, California? What happened?
Yeah. Pittsburgh, California, about 33 miles east of Oakland. That's where I was born and raised. Mom bought a coffee shop downtown Pittsburgh back in '63. So I started hanging out when during grade school, go down for breakfast, whatever, or with my dad would bring me down. Summertime, especially, you would be with Mom. And I discovered the radio station right around the block, about 4 doors down, and started running in, running out, running in, running out. And they used to give me some 45s to keep me happy. My mom had a big alley by her coffee shop. Used to take them out, frisbee them against the wall, watch them explode. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday where I'm thinking of these labels that probably were worth some money. They like Parrot and VJ Records, United Artists, Atco, all these. And I remember one record in particular I threw against the wall and blew up. The Reflections, just like Romeo and Juliet. I said to myself, who are this? Crash against the wall. Now today, I love the song.
Right.
But like I said, just hung around and just I was enthralled by watching the DJs through the window. You had a window, you'd come in and you can watch them at work. They had a big UPI machine. You could hear it click, 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 click all the time.
Yeah.
It was just so awesome. Here I am, 6, 7 years old. I'm going, this is absolutely wonderful. Then I saw all the girls stop by and look at the DJs through the window. I said, wow, these guys they're doing pretty good.
That's interesting. It's sort of like bringing video into this podcast or this radio show today. They all seem to have a visual element. Back in the day, many radio stations would be live and allow the public to interface through a window. Maybe the smashing of the records, Larry, was an indication that you were not interested in being a disc jockey, a Wolfman Jack. Let me break this record to you. You really wanted to make a connection in the morning with people. Like you wanted to tell stories and just be more narrative. That was your style, no? Is your style?
A little bit of everything. I like to, as I mentioned in the article, I like to be an entertainer. So again, when I had that opportunity to do mornings in radio, you talk about what's going on in the community. You talk about what's going on in your daily life. People like to know what was going on. I remember working at a local AM in town where I was able to bring my son in, who was 5 years old at the time. He was reading school lunch menus on the air. I mean, it was a thrill for him. It was great for me, and people loved it. So you get a chance to talk politics. You can run through the whole gamut. I had some great crews that wrote one-liners. I shouldn't say one-liners, but wrote some bits for me, and so I got to use them. So I would try to entertain folks, put a little smile on their face, throw a little back in the day where we say cartridge. Now you do it on hard drive, where you can just hit a button real quick, and then you got ha ha he, or you got somebody that can add a little bit to the joke. But like I said, a little bit of everything. Sports, people could relate, especially when I was the voice of the Wyoming Cowboys on the floor when I was doing public address announcing. I'd come in the next day and say, "Oh man, what a great game!" Theo Ratliff, the chairman of the board's legislator. I could go on, and people just enjoyed how relatable I was to them, because I was an average Joe, no different than what you're doing. Well, some people think we're just holy. I don't want to say holier than thou, but higher than them. And it's like, no, we're everyday people. We go to the store, we buy, we shop local, we eat local, and again, we support all our wonderful advertisers. We always, whether we're playing softball, or in my case, I like to play baseball, bowling, golf. We all interact with our community, and it's just a marvelous profession that we're in.
Yeah, the best way to remain humble in the radio business is to keep looking at the paycheck every 2 weeks, and you will not get a big head. It's no way to get rich, the radio game. Tell us how you got to Wyoming, Larry. You started out, you're bouncing around in California, and in radio, you just move up and up and up. I mean, you start out doing like not fun tasks. Pretty soon you do get your own show. Pretty soon you eventually got to Wyoming via Colorado, and you're on the pro shop at KYOI in 1989. How did it happen?
Well, I'll tell you, it's a very fast story. I'll make it as fast as I can. As a matter of fact, I was just talking with my old operations director in Chico, California, Jack Berry. We're one of two of the surviving air talents still alive from our old KPAY days. And I do believe our old news director is still alive. But I was in his office one day. I'm doing 8 to midnight. All of the guys that were in front of me, they weren't going anywhere. And so he sat me down. He said, "Hey, look, Larry, I'm not trying to get rid of you, but maybe it's time to move on." So I thought to myself, well, I love music. I want to maybe, progress as far as the music director job is concerned, send out tapes and resumes all over the country. Finally, Don Woods in Sterling, Colorado, at KSTC said, "Hey, you know what? We got an afternoon shift opening. I need a music director who can, send playlists out to the music, to the record companies." Took that job, worked there for about 3 years, moved on to Fort Collins. Stu Haskell, late Stu Haskell, liked what I did. He was working at KTCL. I was working on Kicks, and I always did commercials for him. And at that time, he had a vested interest in a radio station here in Cheyenne, and said, "Hey, Larry, I'm going to make an offer you can't refuse." Brought me up here, and I got here during the Frontier Days parade. I remember seeing horse lane road apples in front of the radio station. Called my mom up, said, "I want to be home in about a year, Mom." I said, "I'll give it a year here in Cheyenne, Wyoming." And met my ex-wife here. She was working at the police department. We had a couple of kids, bought a home, raised our kids. Ended up leaving the AM back in it's a local AM here in town, left in 1998. I was picked up by Bob Rule as a free agent. He had a FM station here in town. He asked me to help him build it from the ground floor up. He was the one who tabbed the moniker the Morning Pro Shop when he hired me on to do mornings. Again, got tired of after he got sold a couple of times. The corporate world wanted to go off on my own and ended up picking up these properties in 2013. So it has been a unique. It's been a fun ride. It's been a painful ride at times, but like I said in our article, there's no other job I'd rather do than this. I love it. And again, it's just like we're talking here. And again, I'm not the greatest in technology. My son was the best at this, but I just love the interaction. And you can see as I talk with my hands, a little bit of Italian, but I just love what we do.
Yeah. We're just two radio guys talking. It's Larry Proetti, longtime voice down there in the Cheyenne area. Bob Rule still doing his thing in Cape Pine and Pinedale, by the way. I just saw him not long ago.
Yeah, Bob is he's getting up there in years too. Bob.
Yeah. He is. But you beat him into retirement just at the end of the year. You calling baseball games, that's one of the things that's magical. There's been some legends who call baseball over the radio and try to paint that picture for listeners. It's an art. I do it as well, and I go back over my highlight reel, and really all I hear myself saying is, how hard is it to hit the cutoff, man? But you have a baseball background. You at one time promising lefty on the mound, and then can translate your knowledge of baseball and just paint the scene for people. I mean, you call a game like no other, Larry. What's that like?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Give us an idea of the art it takes. It's similar to the morning show. It's the same thing. You are connecting with that one person and you're bringing the baseball game into their living room. I don't know how you do it.
Well, I have to thank those before me. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I heard the legendary Russ Hodges, Lon Simmons with the Giants, Monty Moore, who was calling Oakland A's games at the time when Oakland moved out in 1968. He would say that dinger. You try to come up with different phrases for a home run. Matter of fact, and I'll get to my call on a home run. And then when I went to college down at Cuesta College in San Luis Obispo, we started hearing Vin Scully doing Dodger games. Vin Scully, Jerry Doggett. So one of my pitchers on my JUCO team, Tom Duvall, told me about an umpire, and I guess he was a coach at one time, and somebody hit a home run. He goes, "Man, that dog will hunt." And I thought, well, here it is, 2020. Why can't I use that thing? We haven't used it since 1975. So I think the first time I used it for post six, the home run was hit. My son and I were with the Sixers down in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the Kostopoulos, young man Kostopoulos, hit a home run. I said, "And that dog will hunt." So you want to be different.
Yeah.
You kiss it goodbye. It's out of here, that type of deal. So you try to come up with your own little phrase. And like I said, I just like that dog will hunt as it went out of the ballpark.
Yeah, the home run call is always the trademark of an announcer. Sometimes it's paid for. I remember Phil Rizzuto with the Yankees had to go through a year or two of Getty Goner to acknowledge Getty, the sponsor of the home run. But yeah, it's fun calling baseball. You probably called a guy that we're going to have on later in the show. This is just random that you two would both be on today, but we're talking about a guy who's made it his life's goal now to put away child sex traffickers. He works DCIs in law enforcement. He was a one-time Gillette Rough Rider in 1989-90. He was inducted into the Rider Hall of Fame in 2020. Chris McDonald, third baseman, catcher, kind of utility guy, pitcher, back in 89-90. Where were you?
89-90, where was I at? I was here in Cheyenne. That's where I was at, 89-90. No, I wasn't doing baseball at the time. I think we picked up baseball Oh, when I was working for the local AM in town, I think it was about 1997 when we started getting into baseball. It was high school football and basketball back in the day. And here in Cheyenne, we've always had three high schools. It was Central, East, and then Seton back in the day. And then South came in after Seton left or shut down their high school football programs. Or sports programs. But my point being, we started baseball in '98. I stepped away from it until actually, my son came back here in about 2017, 18, and I started healing up after my surgeries. That we started picking up post six baseball and having that opportunity of video streaming. We were one of the first to, Star Valley Media, and I'll give them a plug. My son picked up a lot from them, where we started video streaming our games as well as doing them live on the radio.
Yeah.
So, baseball, as far as not getting that opportunity to call it, disappointing. But, like I said, I give a lot of credit to my son here a few years back for us getting involved with Post 6.
Larry Proetti has called maybe 2,000 games of various sports over the years. He's the morning guy of the Pro Shop that you woke up with all the way until the new year this year. You signed off on New Year's Eve to end 2024. It's always hard to retire, Larry, and things always pull you back. You feel like it's a final decision. You're doing things behind the scenes now in radio. Are you done at the mic?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I like it. And again, I think of a friend of mine, and again, and I hope, hopefully, Jake, I can call you a friend too, because, we're all broadcast brothers. Like I said earlier, Dave Walsh, he retired as the voice of the Wyoming Cowboys. And I got to know Dave from the time I got here back in 1986. Dave, when he stepped away from his duties, he went away while he was still on top and still was great.
Yes, he did.
I look at myself. My game is still good when I can. Like my final game I called for football this year was Pine Bluff State Championship win over in Laramie. I felt that was one of the best games I ever called. I just was so amped up knowing that was the last football game I was going to call. And when I did my last show on New Year's Eve, the bits were good. Saying goodbye. Just, I feel like I walked away while my game is still good.
What did you say? Take us back into the studio. What did you say before you turned that mic off for what could be the last time?
I just thanked everybody. I thanked listeners who have been with me from the get-go, from 1986. I thank the listeners. I thank advertisers. Without advertisers, like you were talking about paycheck earlier, we wouldn't get a paycheck.
Yeah.
And I look at our advertisers. A lot of them have become just very close personal friends over the years. So it was just more of thanking them instead of what it was all about with me. Again, because every morning that I talk to a blank wall, you have the opportunity of talking here on Zoom. But when I'm looking at just a wall in the morning and saying hello and good morning and all that other good stuff, signing off, and I could feel the throat, the Adam's apple right there, getting that little bit of a lump, and you can feel that tear developing in your eye. But it was like, without you, without the listener, advertiser, whatever, there wouldn't be a me. And I was allowed to be me, whether it was good, bad, or ugly. I was able to be me for about 49 years.
Well, yeah, we miss you already. The legendary Larry Proetti, the world is better off from the Pro Shop and all the decades you spent on the radio, and the airwaves definitely have a void in your absence. Get back. Let's call it a comeback, Larry.
Well, maybe you and I can tag team. I'll just move up to Jackson, okay? I'll sell these properties and head up to Jackson, and we can call games together. How about
I want to do that tomorrow.
I will be the guy that does stats, and I could be Scooter for you. Scooter Rizzuto. Holy cow.
I'm not messing, Larry. Seriously, make it happen. All right.
I'll give it some thought, okay?
All right.
All righty, Jake.
I've got
thank
your
you so
email.
Much. Thank you again to the Cowboy State Daily. I appreciate all that you've done. Again, I'm so humbled by all of this.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Thank you so much, Larry. Larry Proetti. Definitely legendary Larry Proetti, and one-time left-handed superstar pitcher, promising pitcher. Yeah, it's cool to talk to somebody in the biz. Just two radio guys talking. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come right back with our next guest. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back in a moment.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Well, a big thanks to radio host Larry Proetti. You folks in Cheyenne, boy, you don't know how good you had it with a guy like that at the soundboard. From a humble beginning as a record smasher. I can't believe that. Larry would hang around KKIS in Pittsburgh, California, and look through the window and just say, I want to be one of those guys, a radio DJ. And every once in a while they'd say, here, kid, here's the latest Elvis Presley 45. And he would go in the alley behind his mom's business and throw it against the wall like a Frisbee. It's not that he wasn't interested in music, but he was interested in a radio career from California to Colorado to Cheyenne. And then the host of the Pro Shop Morning Show on KYOY beginning in 1989. Eventually the station owner. He owns it today. Larry Proetti, who signed off the air. I don't know what that's like, what that feels like to say goodbye. He signed off the air on New Year's Eve. Just this past year, Larry Proetti. Great story about him in the Cowboy State Daily. Jackie Dorothy wrote that. We still have coming up on the show, we're going to talk to Tara Womack, who is an instructor, teacher at CWC, the Central Wyoming College in Riverton. They have a really unique program, a medical program, nursing, anatomy, physiology, whatever you want to call it. They use, as you probably read in the story, they use cadavers from the University of Utah, which is very rare, to be able to obtain actual human bodies to dissect, to work on in order to, further your studies. That is hands-on right there. And there's not many medical programs at colleges that get to do something like this. And it's one reason CWC has been ranked in the top 2.4% of all colleges in America by niche for this innovative cadaver class. And we're talking about it's a 2-year school, right? CWC, it's a community college. And it's on the map because of this program. And we're going to talk to Tara and just see, some of it brings up some questions. I want to share with you what they do with the cadavers, what the classes are like, where they get the bodies, what happens to them after, everything. We're going to explore the whole deal. Jackie Dorothy wrote the story. Jackie will be on later. She can talk about it as well, but we're going right to the source. Tara Womack, who teaches at CWC and teaches that. Yeah, pretty cool. We're also going to talking about high school baseball. We're going to talk about Chris McDonald, who walked away from perhaps a promising baseball career. Larry did. Larry walked away from baseball and became a radio guy. And Chris McDonald, promising baseball guy at 17 years old, but he went into joined the Marines, went into law enforcement, moved up the ranks in law enforcement until today. Now, Chris McDonald basically dedicated his life as a pedophile hunter, leading DCI, Department of Criminal Investigation for the state, leading DCI's Internet Crimes Against Children Division. He is the boss of that outfit, and that's what he does every day. He finds child sex traffickers and international connections. He's got big-time operation. We're going to talk to Chris later today, so we got a lot going on the show. Also, I don't know, you want to do a weather forecast? Is weather meaningful? I'm still debating whether weather is important. I don't know whether weather is important to most people. Get their weather from a trusted, so everybody gets their weather from an app. I mean, unless I see something outstandingly noteworthy to talk about, I don't know that weather does it work in this day and age, in this kind of a format, this podcast radio show, which soon will be syndicated around the state, and it may play in the morning when weather is happening. It may rerun in an afternoon, and then the weather is kind of old at that point. So I don't know if I might just ditch the weather. Andrew Rossi's on today. He's got a whole mess of stories I want to get to. Let's go to the legislature. Why not? Leo Wolfson says the House has advanced a bill that will allow for hand counting recounts in Wyoming elections. Now, those of you think, well, we already have recounts, right? And occasionally there'll be a race so close that it'll automatically trigger a recount. I forget the criteria, but if somebody wins or loses by 1% of the vote or 2% or whatever the criteria is, it might even be in this story, less than 2%. Okay, good job. Leo Wolfson is on it. So currently I think that's 2%. The bill would require a hand recount, not machines. So, the votes are tallied, and if the result is so close, less than 2%, then they would go back and recount them electronically. Just run your ballots through the machine again. Is that the sound it makes? I should have a sound effect for that. They run it through the machine again. Might sound like, maybe it'll sound like this. No, that's my replay thing. I don't have a sound effect for running the votes through the machine again. It's rare that I would have occasion to use it. But there will be no sound, no more sound of that if this bill goes through. The bill would require a hand recount for all races decided by 1% of the vote or fewer. They would automatically trigger a hand recount. That's what this bill is talking about. The Wyoming House Appropriations Committee advanced the bill yesterday by a 6-1 margin, and it calls for somebody actually physically reading the ballot, counting it. Okay, there's one for that dude, one for her, one for Mickey Mouse. And you would count them all. House Bill 232 would initiate hand recounts in close races. They would also allow for recounts when requested. Sometimes the loser will say, I think something funny was there. Can I get a recount? Now, is this going to be costly? Yeah, a little bit. If enacted into law, the bill apportions $200,000 for the state to run the hand count. And Secretary of State Chuck Gray is all about this. Of course, Secretary Gray, all about election integrity and what's more fail-safe, what's more foolproof than hand counting. Don't let the machines tell you something. Who knows what kind of mistake could happen there? In fact, when they were debating this bill yesterday, committee, how many times did they mention the miscount in Weston County? Oh, a lot. Multiple times it came up during testimony on Monday. The miscount reported State Rep Chip Nyman, Hewlett, as having received just 15% of the vote. Well, we knew that was wrong. Nyman was supposed to be a shoo-in for House District 1 race because primarily he had no competition. He was running unopposed. And it was hard to believe 85% of the voting public in that race said, we don't want Chip. We want nobody because there was no one on the other ticket. Nearly 85% were marked not voting in that race. Well, that was a mistake. And we found out what happened. The ballots were wrong. But see, that's where a hand recount might come in useful and worth $200,000. So, Secretary of State Chuck Gray is committed to this bill because recently he went before another committee in Cheyenne and he asked for an additional $300,000 to run his department. So his own department, Secretary of State, the Office of Secretary of State, he needed to hire some more employees. He wanted a new computer system and he needed $300,000 to do that. And they said no. Well, here's $200,000 that Secretary Gray could use in his own department, and he's willing to say, well, it's more important this $200,000 goes toward making sure our election is right and trustable. The bill passed 6-1 House Appropriations Committee yesterday. Only Representative Trey Sherwood, Democrat Laramie, voted against it. It'll go to the House floor next. House Bill 232 would mean a hand recount. By hand, the old-fashioned way. We're taking it back. All right. Whatever we got to do to guarantee we can trust our elections. Yeah. All right, we're going to pause for the cause. It's time for news, top of the hour, and our local affiliates will do whatever they do for 5 minutes. We'll see you back on the flip side. Wendy Core's News coming up for those of you on the podcast. It's the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 28th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Despite former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney receiving a pardon from former President Joe Biden during his final hours in office, presidential pardons come with the caveat that they remove Fifth Amendment privileges for the recipient. So if she gets subpoenaed, Cheney would likely have to testify before a new U.S. House subcommittee that's investigating the events that took place before and after January 6, 2021. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that a subcommittee member has said that it's likely to happen.
What's interesting about the Constitution is that if someone gets pardoned by a president, it removes their Fifth Amendment privileges. So if Cheney is subpoenaed by this committee, she will have to testify because she is pardoned. It's kind of an interesting loophole, if you will, in the law.
Cheney has consistently defended her work on the January 6 committee and never publicly requested a pardon from Biden or said she wouldn't testify on the topic in the future. A proposal to allow landowners to put their hunting tags up for sale could essentially make hunting in Wyoming the sport of kings. That's what opponents of Senate File 118 told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines. Under current regulations, the landowner may not put their tags up for sale. Senate File 118 would change the regulations, allowing landowners to put their tags up for sale so long as those tags haven't already been issued to a family member.
If you own enough of a certain type of property, that does provide food, shelter, and water for wildlife, the Game and Fish wants to give something back in return for you having provided that habitat for the wildlife. A lot of people are balking. If we allow them to put these things up for sale for anybody, that's going to basically turn hunting into a rich man's sport where whoever can tempt the landowner with the biggest price tag for their hunting tag will get exclusive access.
But an agricultural spokesperson countered that allowing landowners more discretion in how they transfer those tags to other people would be a just reward for their contributions to wildlife conservation. Wyomingites have long known Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis as the crypto queen for her support of the digital asset sector, but now she's become crypto queen of the nation. Lummis is set to chair the nation's very first digital asset subcommittee, and she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she's planned an aggressive agenda for her newly minted panel.
She's already introduced some legislation in the previous year related to crypto and digital assets, so she's really going to be able to hit the ground running with some of that. A lot of it is pulling on Wyoming's framework. Wyoming has invested many, many hours in creating a regulatory framework for digital assets that had kind of run aground with the SEC cracking down on all crypto as if it's all bad. But it's a new day.
Lummis will be working closely with the Trump White House on a strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. A longtime advocate of such a reserve, Lummis had introduced legislation to create a Bitcoin reserve late last year, but now with the Republican Party ascendant, there's new life to the idea. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper is the only public school in Wyoming that offers Mandarin Chinese in a dual language immersion setting where students spend half the day learning that language and the other half in English. The program has been in place since 2013. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to proponents of the program who believe the program remains a worthwhile investment for the school district despite struggles finding teachers or any current concerns about national geopolitics involving the U.S. and China.
Well, the program is now at the place where the kids that started it are juniors in high school, and the program has been a success. Some of the students that began in the program back in kindergarten are taking college level Mandarin, not just language, but like business classes in Chinese at the University of Wyoming.
The district's immersion program in Spanish is similar to programs in Albany, Campbell, Laramie, and Teton counties, but Natrona County School District's immersion Mandarin option is one of just 367 Mandarin DLI schools in the nation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Back in studio on this Tuesday, January 28th. Good to have you with us. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we just rolling through the morning. And we're heading next to Crypto Queen Cynthia Lummis. That's Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis. We already know her in the Cowboy State as the Crypto Queen. She knows more about crypto than I do, and that Jen does. Jen and I are both, when we're presented with Bitcoin or Ethereum coin, Ether coin. Okay. If you say it's money, okay. That's just, technology is just beyond me. To show you how hip Cynthia Lummis is, which is way hipper than I am, she posted on X the other day, also known as Twitter. Lummis posted on X the other day to announce the fact that she has now been named chair of the nation's very first digital asset subcommittee. And as you probably know, the Biden administration was kind of down on crypto, that's maybe one of the only times I am right with Sleepy Joe. Like, me and Biden are both old OGs, and we look at crypto, we're like, we don't understand it. You know that face that Biden would make when he doesn't understand? Like, whenever he was debating Trump, and Trump would just say, "You're an idiot. You're gay. You're gay." That was his comeback to like everything. President Trump, Donald Trump, the question to you, President Biden has said his policy in international affairs will be such and such and such. What say you, Donald Trump? You're gay. And your son's a criminal. That's it. He just pound that nail no matter what. And Joe he would crinkle up his face and be like, I don't know how to respond to that. That's the face he made with Bitcoin, too. Somebody told President Biden that there's this theoretical money and it's on the internet. And it's on your hard drive, and you can mine it, or you can buy it, or you can get it. I don't even know. It's just money. It's pretend money on the internet. Yeah, no. I don't know how to do a Joe Biden imitation. And he would be like, nah, you make the crinkle Joe Biden facing, I don't know about crypto. And I got to say, this is the one time I'm in agreement with former President Biden. I don't know about crypto. I mean, I don't know what it is. But maybe now with Senator Cynthia Lummis, who I trust, she'll be able to explain. Start with blockchain 101, crypto 101. Because when Jen and I had Renee Jean explain it to us, both of our heads exploded in unison. Kaboom. Just stop. So Cynthia Lummis, named to the very first digital asset subcommittee. She's the chair. The role was appointed by U.S. Senate Banking Chairman Tim Scott, Republican, South Carolina. She's going to head up Trump's crypto thing. We're all going crypto. And to prove how hip Cynthia Lummis is, besides understanding crypto, she posts on X the other day, and she's got laser red I-beams along with the tag, allow me to reintroduce myself, which, by the way, is a Jay-Z song. So already in that statement, and apparently the color red has meaning in the crypto sector, so says Renee Jean in her story. Now, had she done blue eyes, that would have indicated Ethereum's Ether coin. But she used red eyes. Red means Bitcoin or BTC. It trades as BTC. So many astute followers of Cynthia Lummis' X account commented about the clear shout out to Bitcoin. So she's so savvy, she used red laser eyes, indicating maybe go buy some Bitcoin. And she's so savvy, Senator Lummis is quoting Jay-Z.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho.
Are you kidding me, Cynthia Lummis? How did she become so hip? This is her hanging out with President Trump. I'll show it for you folks on radio. You'll be totally... Just imagine in your mind Donald Trump standing next to Cynthia Lummis. Look at those two. Those two are leading us into the future of Bitcoin and crypto and all things I don't understand because I'm too old and cranky to get with it. Now, I'm willing to throw away the penny. I'm not the penny pincher. I'm willing to say time is up on the penny. All right? I'm with Ethan on that one. Elon. We don't need no penny. I don't keep them. I don't even keep quarter. I don't keep any change. Golly, the stack of change you got to make to buy anything today. What can you buy with your coins? It wasn't that long ago that you could stuff them you feed them into a vending machine and get something. Not anymore. The candy bars are like $2. The Coke is like $2.50. You be there all day shoving coins in that box, and of course one of them's going to jam. Some knucklehead has used a washer to try to save 25 cents. Yeah, you're all day shoving stuff into the machine to get a Coke. No, you use your digital. Even the dollar isn't worth it because the machine spits it back out because it's got a fold in it or something. No, we're all going card. We're all going plastic. I'm in the plastic world. I'm just not in the crypto world. And I'm definitely not in the coin world. Coins have been left behind or a relic of the past. Your grandmother who made it through the Great Depression, she sees the value of a penny. She can have it. Get her a roll of pennies for her birthday. But yeah, I'm done with the penny. I'm not sure I'm ready to go crypto, but Renee Jean's story is super interesting and we're happy for... why am I in the Zoom room? Sorry. The visuals, still trying to get used to it. Here's Renee Jean with a little bit more on the story with Wendy Core.
Wyomingites have long known Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis as the crypto queen for her support of the digital asset sector. But now she's become crypto queen of the nation. Lummis is set to chair the nation's very first digital asset subcommittee, and she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean she's planned an aggressive agenda for her newly minted panel.
She's already introduced some legislation in the previous year related to crypto and digital assets. So she's really going to be able to hit the ground running with some of that. A lot of it is pulling on Wyoming's framework. Wyoming has invested many, many hours in creating a regulatory framework for digital assets that had kind of run aground with the SEC cracking down on all crypto as if it's all bad, no good actors, nobody's allowed to play in the sandbox kind of attitude. But it's a new day.
Lummis will be working closely with the Trump White House on a strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. A longtime advocate of such a reserve, Lummis had introduced legislation to create a Bitcoin reserve late last year, but now with the Republican Party ascendant, there's new life to the idea.
Yeah. I don't know that the Biden administration's opposition to crypto was necessarily fear of bad actors or it being rife with any dirty deal. I think he just did not understand it. I'm pretty sure, because I don't either, and I'm right with it. I'm like, I don't know what it is, so I'm afraid of it. And anyway, the takeaway from this story is Wyoming is on the forefront of Bitcoin, or of cryptocurrency, and of blockchain, the driver behind it. It's all kind of the same concept, and just like AI, you're going to be dragged kicking and screaming into the future unless you get in, you're going to be clutching your pennies, squeezing them as hard as you can. And Bitcoin and Ethereum and all them cryptos, that's the future. And Wyoming's been right on it from the beginning. It's been important to the state, and Cynthia Lummis has been on it. And recognition now that Wyoming is a leader in that kind of thinking, that kind of technology behind crypto, I think that's really something that should be celebrated. The Trump administration, all about crypto, and Senator Cynthia Lummis, all about crypto. I think it's good news for Wyoming anyway, even if I'm not ready to go full crypto. Claire McFarland with a story about this bad guy. I can't find any redeeming features. I can't find anything nice to say about this guy. If you can't say anything nice about someone, don't say anything at all. But that doesn't work if you're a host of a morning radio show. David Leba, 60-year-old transient, pleaded guilty to breaking a Laramie woman's face. Claire McFarland has a story. This went down a while ago. This 60-year-old David Leba changed his plea and pleaded guilty. In fact, he had to plead twice because the judge couldn't hear him. He was so quiet. He's like, "Did you do it?" And he's like, "Yeah." "I'm sorry, speak up. Did you do it?" "Yes." This happened July 25th, 2023. The two were in some kind of relationship, David and his ex-girlfriend, who is Wendy Boudreau. Things came to a head. Boudreau basically said, kicked him out of her house. She's like, "You got to go." She felt bad for him, so she let him live in the bully barn or some shed out back. That was your first mistake, Wendy. Don't have pity on these bad guys. He'll be fine. Kick him out and get shut of him. Well, sure enough, it came down to a situation July 25th. He punched her in the face. Boudreau testified, "He left me in a bloody pile." All Leba could say is, "Oh, you're not hurt that badly," and he left. By the time cops found him, he was living life in Colorado months later. He was arrested in June of 2024, and finally he has pleaded guilty. Yes, answered Liba loud and clear when he was sentenced. Yeah, that story from Clara McFarland. We got to get to the Zoom room, and we have special guest as promised, I believe. Let's see. Why do I have two people in the Zoom room? Oh, don't tell me I've... Oh, okay. Chris, if you could hang on 1 second. I'm going to get to Don Day. He's my first in here with the Don Day weather forecast. Don, did I already ask you about pennies?
Pennies. No.
Okay, because that's been anyone I have on the show today, I'm going to ask them because Elon Musk said he's going to make it a priority while he's in the White House as vice president or whatever he is, his title, president in absence of Donald Trump. He's going to fire a bunch of guys in the White House who are just living high off the hog, that are useless, and he's going to get rid of the penny. It costs 3 pennies to make 1 penny, and no one uses the penny anymore. I don't want to influence you. No, I won't say that. Where do you stand on the penny? Are you going to miss it if it's gone?
I will not miss it when it's gone. In fact, I think this is a good opportunity for everybody to collect their pennies.
Ah.
And what if everybody just donated all the pennies they have in their house? Because let's face it, everybody's got a tin or a drawer, an ashtray full of pennies. Just everybody take their pennies to your favorite charity. It'll probably end up being a lot of money if you add it up.
Supposedly, but if I don't know. Does it even a roll of pennies and your neighbor's pennies and their neighbor's pennies, and you add them all up, and what can you buy? Maybe you can't buy nothing anymore. Canada got rid of it. Not that we should look to Canada for any kind of anything except weather. I don't know if Canada's got things right, but they got rid of their penny. We're all going crypto anyway, so your coins and your paper money, everything's going to be useless. You're just going to be...
Yeah, but I know there's some copper in pennies?
Yeah?
The copper is worth a lot these days with electric vehicles and all the stuff that we need for electronics. Makes sense.
Totally.
I don't know. I'm probably on the side of getting rid of the penny here.
All right, and collect them while you can. There'll be a collector's item. Maybe you can melt them down into copper. I don't know. Penny for your weather thoughts, Don. We got a snowy weekend coming up, it looks like. I don't want to get ahead of myself weather-wise, but what do you got cooking?
Well, okay. Depends on where you are. And this is going to be the theme for the next week, depending on where you are, because we're going to see a wide variety of weather, especially this weekend and next week. For today, tomorrow, and Thursday, there's almost nothing happening. I mean, it's going to be very quiet. This is a really good opportunity to do some chores outside. If you need to travel somewhere, deliver something. We've got 3 days where there's not much wind. It'll be warmer and dry. We will start to see the wind pick up on Friday. And as we get into the weekend, we're going to see a very moist Pacific jet stream wind come into Washington and Oregon, through Idaho, and into western Wyoming. So the northwest corner of the state, the far western borders, the Yellowstone Plateau, is going to start to see a pattern of snow off and on developing this weekend that's going to go well into the future. Okay? But when you get this westerly flow off the Pacific, it hits the western mountains and the western valleys and makes it snow. But on the eastern side of the mountains, it has the reverse effect. So we're going to have windy and mild conditions on the plains this weekend while it snows in the far west. So this is one of those periods of time coming on up where it's really going to vary. And early next week, we may have a little Arctic air creep into the northeast corner of the state, making it colder and snow there while it's really mild in the southeast corner of the state. So it's going to be rather complex.
Another indication of why weather is Wyoming is so vast is similar to Montana, similar to Washington, where we keep our mountains in the west and then we get kind of flat and open in the east. And sometimes that can mean drastically different weather on the same day. Really interesting. All right, Don, I got I got to go to DCI and get this important law enforcement dude in here. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you. I'm glad you found the new Zoom link.
Found it, and I'll go gather all my pennies.
Yeah, the collector's item. All right, Down Day, the day weather forecast, and I'll get right into the Zoom room with this guy. Yeah, it is our great privilege, our great honor to bring into the Zoom room Chris McDonald, beginning with why you may know his name in the Gillette area. One-time standout. He's in the Gillette Rough Riders Hall of Fame, class of 2020. He's a former third baseman, catcher, pitcher for the Riders. Gillette Riders, by the way, year after year, that is a class baseball team. I don't know how they do it. They just keep reloading, keep coming. There was a time when Coach Nate Perleberg thought McDonald, and maybe McDonald himself thought a baseball career was in order. Take me back to when you were 17, Chris. I know we're not going back too far.
Yeah.
But you were playing ball, you were in high school, and was that the dream? Like, did you think I can do this baseball thing?
Well, yeah, I guess to say my time as a writer was before Coach Perleberg. So I played for coaches before him. But yeah, we were a quality baseball club then. Although I would say I think Coach Perleberg's done such an outstanding job year after year. I mean, it kind of went a different level. Quite frankly, they're just outstanding. I mean, I live in Cheyenne now, and it's tough to beat post six at anything in the baseball world. But I mean, Gillette is just, I mean, it's my home. So of course, I'm a huge supporter of that program. But when I was 17, yeah, that was kind of the plan. I played, football, basketball, baseball, fairly successful at all of those things. I loved all sports, but baseball was probably my best sport. It was a little undecided, but because I'd also always kind of thought about joining the military. And then kind of like when I spoke with Jen Coker regarding the article, the night the air war started during Desert Storm, I don't know what, it just kind of struck a chord with me. So, it wasn't really a huge struggle to make that decision to join the military. It just felt right. So I didn't really ever look back. I'm not a person that really regrets. I mean, you make the best decision you have with the information you have at the time. And it just felt good and it felt right. So, and I don't regret it one bit.
Yeah, all career paths lead to where you are. I mean, there's no wrong turns. I like that idea. We're not here to talk about high school baseball. This is Chris McDonald. He is the subject of Jen Coker's story about where he is in law enforcement. Where he is now is he leads DCI's Internet Crimes Against Children Division. But how he got there, I'm interested in exploring a little bit more. Yeah, you're just a high school kid in Gillette. You're maybe not sure what you want to do, and you see on TV, like we all did, January 1991, Kuwait, Operation Desert Storm. Suddenly, you're like, you know what? I mean, America, you can be at war. World War I, World War II, stuff I learned in history. That was history. This is really war. And I don't know if you had an inclination before then that maybe military was in your future, but what did you do? You saw that and you're like, man, you were ready to jump up like a lot of people before, a lot of Americans before you when they heard a call. You were ready to jump up and answer. And did you go try to recruit right away?
Yeah, I actually joined when I was 17. So I had to have my parents' signature to do that.
Yeah.
And I actually had made an appointment to meet with the Army recruiter. And when I went there, they weren't there. And the Marine recruiter stuck his head out the door. And literally 2 days later, I was probably the easiest recruit ever. So,
yeah.
But it was really, with Desert Storm, it was the first major conflict since Vietnam. I think that a lot had changed in the U.S. between those two conflicts. So, myself and so many many of my classmates did the same thing. So,
yeah, and I thought that was an interesting part of the story that Jen Coker wrote, that Yeah, it's the Army's loss. The recruiter, for whatever reason, wasn't there for the appointment, and a Marine noticed the potential in you. But as soon as you got into the Corps, I don't know if they thought, they went right to this guy is going to go into intelligence. They sensed something. First off, you have to explain how the Corps has anything to do with intelligence. That
Right.
confuses me. But yeah, they saw the potential there actually, and they put you on a fast track to doing stuff like that, law enforcement, intelligence. What did you start out doing? Where did you work your way through?
Yeah, so you're right. I always have to, kind of make that a qualification or a quantification about Marine Corps intelligence as far as, I have to always say, I know that's an oxymoron. It sounds like an oxymoron, but there is a pretty robust intelligence program in the Marine Corps. So I joined as an infantryman, and then they give you a battery of what they call special tests, or they did then. This was, of course, 30 years ago. And you take all these tests, and then they determine, apparently if you have whatever skill set they're looking for. And for whatever reason I did, I guess, and I was originally a signals intelligence operator. I started in Morse code, if you can believe that. That's how long ago it was, and it was a dying field then. But there was good mission where I was at the time, and then I moved on to some human intelligence work, and it was, again, I never thought twice about it. That's where I went. That's where I ended up. Made the best of it, and I don't regret that either. Quite frankly, and I ended up in Cuba for almost my whole tour. So I just saw some really interesting things while I was there. So.
Well, as a refresher course and the pure entertainment of our viewers and listeners, we're going to conclude the rest of this interview in dots and dashes, just to make sure you.
I think I can still copy a little bit. I'm not sure.
That would be so boring. Okay, so yeah, you do Marines. You come back home. And now it's law enforcement that's in your mind. You take a job with the sheriff's office, but the attraction of money, and maybe we talk about these career paths. And by the way, Chris McDonald, we are deconstructing, reverse engineering your career choices and your life path, by the way. And so, yeah, you come back to the SO in Campbell County, and the attraction of money in the mining industry, and maybe you make one slight detour in your life's path, and you do the coal mine thing, and you chase the dollar for a little bit. What did you learn there before you did come back then to law enforcement?
Yeah, so I would say it's actually a little longer than that. I actually spent a lot of time doing a lot of different things. I was gone for several years from law enforcement. I moved up to Montana. I was a wildland firefighter. I came back, I worked in the oil field. I worked at a glass shop, ultimately ended up at a coal mine. My dad worked in a coal mine for 37 years. So come from that, being a Gillette kid, that's what that energy industry, and I was around it my whole life. So when I went to work there, frankly, it was great money. I had a brand new baby, a family, so it did those things. But even at, I say I was young now, I look back, I was very young, but even then I just knew it didn't really speak to me. And I'm not really, what I also learned about myself is I'm just not driven totally by money. Of course, you have to have money to survive, but it's more about, I guess I always say it's about the mission, not the money for me. Everyone's different, and I just felt like I mentioned before, like at one night, I saw like I'm either going to be doing this the rest of my life and be okay with that, or I got to make a change. So I did.
I'm glad you did. I know a lot of people are glad you did. We're going to talk about your righteous mission now, but just before then, you go back into law enforcement, you get to DCI, and you think, I think you tell us that the mission is fighting drugs, the war on drugs, fighting drugs. And that I can imagine as law enforcement. My brother is NYPD. Drugs are just everywhere. It's so big. Do you ever feel like you're just taking thimblefuls of water out of the ocean? I mean, what was going on with at DCI with the drug program, the involvement in fighting drugs? Was it fulfilling? Did you feel like, man, I don't know if I can make a dent in this?
Yeah, I think at DCI first, like we're our charter is based on narcotics enforcement and narcotics investigation. That's one of our original jurisdictions and our biggest one, really. And so when I joined, it was an amazing experience, really. I mean, it teaches you how to deal with people. I think that's the bigger lesson that you learn when you work. If you're, I mean, not to break my own arm, pat myself on the back, but if you're a good narcotics investigator, you learn way more about how to talk to people than you ever do about anything else. And so you work these cases and you work, myself and every other good narc out there knows that drugs is one route, but there's so many peripheral crimes that you deal with around that, domestic violence, theft, violence. So, even if you take a dealer off the street, you maybe can't always quantify how many other crimes you prevent. So that's really where you get where I got my satisfaction. But after a while, I worked that mission for 14 years along with major crime, and it feels like a revolving door. And just like anything else, you're ready for a change, or you want to change, or I did anyway. So.
And change came when, similar to what the Marines saw in you, they say this guy's going to be more than a grunt. DCI Director Ronnie Jones said, this guy, he's got something. He tapped you to get into the FBI's Elite National Academy program. Just recently, you had to go. It took a toll on your body. It beat up your knees, but it opened your eyes to international crime rings and how big crime can be, and it's got you to where you are now. What was that like doing the FBI, doing that program, and then leading you into where you are now?
Yeah, when I went to the National Academy, first, that was not something I thought I would ever have the opportunity to do, and the opportunity was absolutely amazing. And I didn't really know what to expect, quite frankly. But whatever I was expecting, it far surpassed everything I would ever expect. There's always a friendly rivalry and everything between like federal and state cops, and we give each other, a hard time all the time. But for whatever else, the FBI does that well. They do it really well. And it was such an eye opener to get to work around quality folks from not only all over the country, but literally all over the world. I was part of the International Partners Program. So my roommate, which was too bad for him because he was quite a bit younger than me, he got stuck with the old guy, but he was from Turkey. And then that also kind of loops you in with all the other international folks. And to learn, like, everybody deals with the same thing. Like, we're not different. It doesn't matter race, creed, color, ethnicity. I mean, we're all dealing with a lot of the same issues. And even in the United States, I sat in some classes where we had hard conversations between people of all walks of life, all colors, all creeds, and to know that we can sometimes not always agree, but also have valuable conversation and leave class and be tight as brothers and sisters. I just thought that was, man, it kind of restored some of my faith in what we got going on here. So I thought that was one of the most valuable things I did there.
Yeah, that was probably super reassuring. And it also, the ties with international, the get outside of local law enforcement, the learning how to work interagency, how law enforcement, different agencies work together. It's crucial in what you do now because this child sex trafficking, this whole thing of what you're doing now, it's a global reach. Just in one case, we were talking about a Bangladeshi native that was running, just a 24-year-old running this operation in Alaska. You finally caught up with him in Malaysia. It takes the cooperation of international law enforcement agencies. It's a big, big game. How do you do that now as head of this DCR department? You must have a Rolodex this big. Like,
yeah, it's, if I do anything well, and I don't know how well I do it, but I've always thought, like, I always want to be, even if I don't know the answer, I want to have the ability to go find the answer. That means creating relationships, right? And I've said this 100 times, but in Wyoming, we're really just a medium-sized city with a really long street. That's all Wyoming. And if you can't work together, then you'll never get anything done. And I really think that's key. If you kind of extrapolate that out to the rest of the country, the rest of the world, that's how you do it. When the agent from Alaska called me, I didn't say like, well, you have to talk to A, B, and C, and maybe we can get that. like we jumped on it. We took care of it. The one thing I love about DCI, and honestly, a lot of Wyoming in general, Wyoming law enforcement, like we're very the buck stops here agency, and this unit specifically, like it doesn't go like we take care of it, and I'm super proud of my folks for that. So, I mean, that's how it gets done. And if you prove that you can do it and that you will do it, people remember that. And without the FBI, Alaska, Malaysia, all those entities in play working together, that suspect wouldn't be on trial today, would not be, and hundreds of victims across the world. So
yeah, the success of the mission, any particular mission, is catching the bad guy. But I don't think that's your focus. It's who you save. It's the victim you save. Do you have a mental, if you can't meet the person you save, and maybe sometimes you can, but if you have a mental vision of, I don't know, that 15-year-old girl who you remove from what could have been just a horrible life, that's the concentration. Yeah, that's what you're thinking about every time you work in a case.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, a lot of folks talk to me and my team about, the satisfaction of putting handcuffs on a violent offender, and that's certainly satisfying when you can remove that person. They're not hurting anyone else anymore, but that's really not our motivation. It truly is when you can. That's why, again, I've said this many times, but that's why this mission specifically is so easy to get motivated for. It is by far the hardest mission I've ever worked, by far, having to look at these files that would just horrify anybody on a daily basis. But when you legitimately save a Wyoming kid from that activity, I mean, it doesn't mean that their life is going to be rainbows and butterflies for the rest of eternity, but for that, they're not going to be damaged by that person any longer. It means something. We all get in this business, truly, I know it's cliche, but to help people, and there's no easier nexus to make about helping someone than that. So it's easy to get behind.
Yeah, the mission in my daily mission in my career is just to be able to get through a 4-hour show without pressing the wrong buttons. I can't imagine you're working on a higher level, Chris. We're talking about Chris McDonald heading this DCI. Is this a new thing you're heading? This internet crimes against children. How long has that been around for DCI?
No, actually, it's been around for 20 plus years. It really started with the tech revolution, and
yeah,
we've seen it evolve like exponentially. I just was lucky or unlucky enough to come in on this last 6 years where, like, we call them cyber tips, but they're basically reports from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and I can explain that if you want to hear it. But these kind of reactive reports, we just are inundated with those. Prior to that, there's a lot of proactive work. Like my predecessors really worked way more peer-to-peer file sharing and UC chat than we do now. And it's just because, if you look at a cyber tip or reactive report as someone calling 911, we have to respond to those. So, we can't really, we can't work as much of the other proactive stuff as we'd like, but it's a balance. We have to try to work that. So
tell me a little bit about that, the non-sexy look of what you do. It's not every tip comes in and you put on the tactical gear and here we go. You're going to raid that house. Give me an idea, how many tips you get, a day, a year, whatever. And how many are you follow up? You look at it and you're like, nope, that's not, there's nothing there. What is it like? What comes in?
Yeah, honestly, that's a really excellent question. I'll just give you some comparison. In 2018, the year before I took this unit over, there were 199 cyber tips. And the cyber tip, literally, of any social media platform that sees what they believe to be CSAM or child sexual assault material on their servers, if they see that, they're required to report to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or NCMEC. NCMEC does some analysis, geolocates it. If it comes to Wyoming with an IP, then it comes to my desk. Like, I see every single one. So in 2018, there's 199. Last year we did 1,108.
Jeez.
So in that 5 years, it's been about a 500% increase. So that's what we're talking about. And people ask me, and it's true, like not every one of those tips is actionable, right? But we have to vet every single one of those tips. So about last year, I think we had 25 investigations that we linked. So about 38% of cyber tips last year anyway became investigations. We ended up with 70 arrests last year, which the year before I took this unit over, there was 21 arrests. So, that's like a 200+% increase in arrests. We're never going to arrest ourselves out of this issue, but it just is a testament to the hard work of the investigators in this unit. So, if you look at that, about 16% of investigations result in arrests. And then, that's kind of in a pipeline. So you can't really, although that's higher than the national average for violent crime, I believe, depending on how you look at it. But, those arrests are kind of in the pipeline, right? So if just because you arrest someone now, that might be from a case from last year even. So it's a little, tracking those gets to be a little tricky, but that's generally what we're looking at. Those are the hard numbers that we can show. So just, it's easy to see that huge increase in workload. So
all crime is bad crime, but the crimes against minors, crimes against children, sexual in nature, these pedophiles, these people that take advantage and stalk young, minors, DCI's Internet Crimes Against Children Division, truly a righteous mission for Chris McDonald. Chris, I can pause the live stream now, and off air you can tell me what you want to do, or what I say you should do with a perpetrator when you get him in cuffs, or you could tap it out Morse code what ends up happening to these guys.
Yeah, I'd be a liar if I said it doesn't affect you or affect me personally, right?
Yeah.
Generally I don't take things, especially anymore. I've been a cop for a long time, so generally it's not personal. But man, it's tough. It's emotionally, it's hard. Especially when I've mentioned this in several presentations, like cases where you get what we call a priority one tip, and there's active abuse going on, and say a perpetrator, a dad, or someone that's it's not a stranger to a child, has access, is sexually assaulting that child, creates images and videos, and then trades those on the internet. Like I'm seeing that, and less than 24 hours later, we have that person in custody, and we're holding that child in our arms while we try to talk to mom, and then try to talk to dad and be professional, and we are, but it's that takes a toll. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. It does. It's hard on my folks. It's hard on me. So,
Chris, that person should never see a judge. That's all I'm saying. All right. Well, hey man, focus on the wins. And we appreciate what you do. I know you're not a guy who wants the limelight and the spotlight on you, but we see you now, and we got this archived, and it's not a secret. Keep putting on the cape and focus on the wins, and we appreciate you being on the show.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunity, and I just thank you.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Don't be a stranger. Come back on Jen Coker's story. In the Cowboy State Daily, we'll introduce you to this guy, Chris McDonald. This guy's living a righteous mission right here, putting the bad guys away. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues right after these. Thanks so much for making us a part of your Tuesday.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She carried 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
We're back in studio. One of these days, I'm going to press the right buttons. And watch out when I do, because when things go right, it'll be a drastic departure from the usual morning show. Yeah. I think Jackie Dorothy is popping in here in a moment. She's got a whole mess of great emails. She may have the old Zoom link. Hopefully. Now you should have the new one, Jackie. Big thank you to Chris McDonald for spending time with us to explain what he does, heading up DCI's internet crime stuff. I mean, that is the worst of the worst of the worst crimes. I mean, selling drugs or stabbing somebody. Yeah, it's all bad. It's all crime. But when you prey on the vulnerability of minors and abuse minors, and yeah, that's just, I don't know. It must be the dad reflex, but yeah, I'm glad Chris McDonald does what he does. And first question for you, Jackie Dorothy. You probably didn't see this coming, or maybe I asked you yesterday. I can't. No, we didn't talk yesterday.
Nope, this is the first time this week.
Okay, good. Because
I'm prepared. Here we go.
Yeah, the topic of the day. And the question of the day is Elon Musk is going into the White House and he's firing everybody who's just sitting around doing nothing. He's cleaning house, cleaning the White House. He's also going to get rid of the penny. Are you going to miss the penny when it goes? Are you somebody are you pro-penny, anti-penny?
Well, I'm pro-penny, but I understand that it costs 3 cents to make one. So why not just keep what we have and continue to keep those in circulation?
And just not mint anymore?
Right.
Just leave. Oh.
That's how I would do it.
Well, Mr. Musk, have you thought about that? I didn't think about that. Well, I
do love the penny.
I think, well, obviously, his proposal has to be to just stop making it. He can't. I don't think they're going to come around to your house and round up, just like firearms when the Democrats are POTUS. They're not going to come around knocking on your door asking for your guns. They're not going to come and confiscate all your pennies. It will just let them fall out of circulation, I would assume, right?
Right. I just don't understand. I was shocked to learn that they cost 3 cents. I hadn't thought about the cost to make a penny.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the thought of a businessman coming in and looking at the government and all the waste. I mean, that's our money that's being used to make that penny. It's our money that he's looking at saving.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see. I mean, yes, it hurts, but doesn't it hurt at home when you're making a budget and you realize, oh, I can't afford that candy bar?
Yeah. But even the I mean, everything, it costs so much more now that we've moved past the penny. I think everybody except those who live in Mississippi, and a roll of pennies for you. It's always the poorest state. I don't want to pick on Mississippi, but
I will say that my dad had some pennies from the 80s, a roll of pennies, and the game was to go and look for wheat pennies, but you can hardly find those anymore.
I know. You used to find them.
I am a coin collector. I love coins, but I just think that if they're costing 3 cents, you have to look at the bottom line. You have to make those hard choices.
I mean, for, multi-billionaire like Elon Musk, he does not dabble in pennies, so maybe he's ready to move on. Some others aren't, but yeah, Jackie, Jen, we're putting all our votes in. Yeah, the penny can go away. We won't notice. I will notice Larry Pro-Eddie going away, though. Your story about the king, the radio legend. I just talked to him a little bit ago. What a great guy. What a great story, Jackie.
No, it was really fun because this was my first time to meet him, because all the radio guys I know is on this side of the state, and I don't know the Cheyenne people or the Sheridan. And so this has been really a big privilege. And I love diving into his backstory, learning his history, learning who he was and how he got started in radio. That's always fun for me, especially since I do come from a radio background myself, to know how somebody got interested in it, especially back in the 60s, and how much it has changed. I mean, I'm sure you remember reel to reel and all that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, yeah. Larry got into it in a I wasn't I would say an unusual way, and I wonder how you got in, but he got into it seeing it, which is to me unusual. He saw radio guys doing their show because the studio had, a lot of studios do that where they allow you to see the jocks do their thing, the morning show, and you can see it. And visually, he saw these guys doing their deal, and mostly he saw the girls watching the guy, and he's like, I gotta do that. Me, I was fascinated with radio on the receiving end. I was a consumer. When I was a kid, I went to bed with a radio under the pillow. I snuck it, and I would listen to the radio station. So I don't know. We all have different ways.
He was immersed in it. I mean, he was making kitty commercials, and
Yeah.
I got curious about when he was like, "And Bobby Ocean trained me." So I went and I Googled Bobby Ocean, and I went down a rabbit hole, and I was having fun listening to the listen to me, the
Yeah.
70s radio stations and listening to his voice. And I could see what inspired Larry to go on and return to radio when he was in college.
Yeah.
Made another career, and there you go.
From Bay Area, California, where he kind of learned the craft, to Colorado, to Cheyenne, where he stuck and stayed as the Pro Shop morning show. Yeah, Larry Peruetti, legendary. And yeah, we'll miss him, but he might not be gone for good. I almost talked him back into radio when I was on with him.
Oh, good job, Jake.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to Tara Womack later in the show. Your story about this rare cadaver lab at CWC. I mean, not every university, even big universities, don't have something like this. It's a cadaver lab, and it's kind of put Central Wyoming College on the map in Riverton. It's pretty cool. How'd you come across it? What's it all about, Jackie?
Well, I was at a meeting with Central Wyoming College, and they were going down the list of all the things that they've accomplished. I'm like, wait, cadaver lab? Let's hear more about this. This is an interesting offering. Turns out there's only 2 community colleges, because Casper College does offer dissection in their medical program too, and that's where Tara learned from. And they both have to go out of state to get their cadavers, these bodies. And it's a fascinating field. And I think what got me the most is the respect they feel for these people that have donated their bodies. And then afterwards, I always imagined your body being put in, like, I don't know, a shelf or something, but they cremate you and they return you to your family, because most of them have families. But those that don't, there's cemeteries, there's other ways, but you're not just disposed of. And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, and they even have a ceremony every May for those that have donated themselves, the cadaver. Yeah, it's the reverence, the duty of care with what they do with these cadavers. That's one thing I do want to talk to Tara about and get into that, and how they treat the bodies. But yeah, it's super interesting. It's an innovative class, and it's helped CWC earn a ranking, the top 2.4% of all colleges in America, according to Niche. Yeah, it's a unique good for CWC. This is the kind of program that could draw, their nursing programs already robust, but this is a huge attraction for students.
Well, you speak of the nursing program. It's actually #1 in the state, according to the graduation rate and some studies that have been done. I mean, it's a program I've got to watch grow since its beginning. And it's been just exciting to see how far they've come. And now to offer this class. Again, it's one of those things that's necessary. I'm actually going to be doing a follow-up story, because we've had readers ask, how do I donate my body to science in Wyoming? Wyoming. And it's actually, there are ways to do it because there isn't anyone in the state of Wyoming that does accept your body. You have to go outside the state.
Yeah.
So that'll be a follow-up that we'll be doing this weekend.
I'm sure there's all kinds of red tape and bureaucracy involved, but interesting.
No, I mean, it's really quite simple. So to be able to donate your body. In Wyoming, you do have to pay the cost to get it to the university and to get it embalmed and sent off. But after that, they'll pay the rest of your funeral costs. They'll do the cremation and they'll return it in an urn to you. So
all right.
Something worth doing and looking into that I never even considered.
Super interesting. We're out of time for the top of the hour. I want to get with you in 2 days to talk about more of your stories we didn't get to.
7:46. I'll see you there.
All righty. Thank you so much. That's Jackie Dorothy. Her very interesting story. We'll talk to the story subject, Tara Womack, later, but I don't want the Jeopardy. We got to get to top of the hour news and a station break on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 28th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Wyoming legislature is currently considering a bill that would restrict Wyoming's investment managers from investing in any company that supports environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, policies. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that although both State Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Secretary of State Chuck Gray oppose ESG, they expressed significantly different opinions about HB 80 and ESG on Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake on Monday.
When you peel past the surface, Meyer is definitely more agnostic on the topic than Chuck Gray. Meyer kind of believes in taking a hands-off approach to it and just kind of focusing on what makes the state most money possible, whereas Gray is totally in support of taking a hardline stance against ESG and sacrificing money if it needs to, as he believes it in the long run will decimate Wyoming. Meyer has often used the phrase, one should never get mad at their money. He has also said that money is green, not red or blue, and always working for you in reference to his department. Basically saying you should take a nonpartisan approach to ESG and things of that nature.
The ESG policy as proposed is already enforced under current state rule, but the bill would codify it into law. Nearly 50 people were nabbed in an early morning raid at a private party in the Denver metro area Sunday morning, including illegal immigrants with suspected ties to a Venezuelan gang. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the raid also included the seizure of drugs, cash, and weapons.
They arrested 49 people. Of those 49, 41 were illegal immigrants. And an unknown number also had ties to the TDA or Tren de Aragua gang. They weren't releasing the numbers of gang members or suspected gang members. They also seized unknown quantities of drugs, and that included cocaine, crack cocaine, and something called pink cocaine. They also seized guns as well as cash.
Sunday's bust culminated from a months-long investigation that began last August and is part of the agency's ongoing efforts to target cartel drug operations throughout the country as well as in Wyoming. A Wyoming doctor urged state lawmakers Monday to pass a bill preventing doctors from being fired or stripped of their licenses for doing what he did, prescribing ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to COVID-19 sufferers. If it becomes law, House Bill 164 would block employers from firing doctors, pharmacists, and other prescribers who prescribe drugs to patients for off-label uses, according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Ivermectin is the easy example because it was spoke to prescribe off-label for COVID during COVID. And there was a push against that, certainly nationally. And we did see doctors penalized either for or after doing that, including one in Wyoming who talked to the committee and said, look, I was unexpectedly fired and I thought the treatment was working and I was watching it work in my patients.
The House Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee did advance House Bill 164 on a 7-1 vote Monday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Two Wyoming Department of Transportation snowplow trucks were struck and damaged in southeast Wyoming this weekend, taking them off the highways during a snowstorm. And a sander was also damaged in one of the crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there have been 9 snowplow strikes in Wyoming so far this winter, resulting in totaled plows and extensively damaged commercial vehicles.
There's 22 YDOT snowplow trucks covering the Laramie area. 3 of those trucks were out of commission as of Monday because they had sustained some sort of damage. 22 plows in the Laramie area, that sounds like a lot, but 3 trucks down for a period of days, that's 14% of YDOT's truck fleet and their workforce in that area that's not clearing the roads at the time when it's needed most. People should really internalize that because it does have an impact on their travel and safety.
Collisions with plow trucks can cause tremendous logistical issues for YDOT and the Wyoming Highway Patrol. If a driver sees a snow cloud hurtling towards them, they should anticipate the snow plow behind it and drive accordingly. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Mark Hines will be joining the conversation here in a moment. He's got a few stories involving wildlife, including that split deer tag season that lawmakers are thinking about. Whitetail mule deer, we'll dive into that a little bit. And also a story about legislators thinking about allowing landowners to sell hunting licenses on their private land. And it kind of opens up a bad Pandora's box, taking us back to the land of feudal lords and only the king's deer. I read a book about old England, what it was like back when they hunted everything to extinction and only the lords and the kings and royalty got to hunt, not your average guy or gal. It's interesting. And that it definitely what we see in Cheyenne right now. One bill being proposed has connotations, feels like that. I told Mark we need him at 8:06 now, but he might not have gotten the email yet. He normally is used to coming on at 8:10, which would make him technically late this morning. But hey, we're happy to get it. Mark any way we can get him. Let's check out his story, and then he can join us in progress. These stories from Mark Hines both of them include lawmaking in how it pertains to wildlife, because that's Mark's beat. There's Mark. All right, we'll get him into the scene here. Yeah, the two bills I'm talking about that I wanted to talk to Mark about. First, let's start with. First, let's get Mark into the Zoom room so we can officially say hi. There you are. What's happening?
Yeah. Not much. What's up with you, Jake?
Oh, man. I don't know. Don't ask.
Okay, I won't then.
I mean, it's I'm trying to hit these, spot. I have to actually do like a real show now. I can't just turn on the mic and say anything I want. Now I got to make it like a real radio show, and it's hard. It's hard working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're working you to death, are they?
Well, it's just yeah, kind of. Okay, so we're asking everybody on the show today their opinion on something. You're allowed to share your opinion on this, I think. That Elon Musk is his job is to cut the waste and cut the fat in the White House, and he wants to cut the penny while he's at it. Are you going to miss the penny if it goes away? Are you pro penny, anti penny?
Boy. They're cool to save up in jars, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We have a jar of pennies at my house, so that's about, I guess, as far as my passion goes on that particular topic.
They're fun to look at, but when you go to spend them, you're like, oh, yeah, a whole jar of pennies and
yeah, and then you haul it down to the bank, and they usually have those change counters down there.
Yeah,
you can get some money out of them.
Oh, yeah. And I know at least of one bank that won't even do it for you anymore, because it's just a time suck to put your coins in a
trust me, my wife works at a bank, so she knows all about that.
Yeah, well, there you go.
They got those machines at Walmart to do the same thing now, Jake.
Do
you ever
they?
seen them? Yep. Mm-hmm. In the customer, in the customer service area. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So I want to talk about Senate File 118. If passed into law, it would allow landowners to sell hunting tags. Now, how does it work today, right now? Because I know landowners can invite hunters onto their property, especially if they have problem deer that are in their corn or whatever. What is it? Why would this be different?
I think the situation you're describing is if a property owner grants permission for people who already have hunting licenses.
Okay.
Either they're in a general tag area or the people have these are tags that the landowners themselves get. It's a way of, the concept is the state giving them something back for all the support they give wildlife through, they provide land, water, shelter, all the things that wildlife needs. And so a landowner can apply and get up to 2 tags per species, and they can, if I understand the current regulations correctly, they can transfer them or give them to a direct family member. So if the landowner themselves isn't a hunter or doesn't want to hunt that particular species, they can give it to one of their children or someone like that, a direct family member. So what this law would change is it would allow them to put those tags up for sale, which a lot of people were set off by that because they think it's just going to turn into a high dollar bidding war, in turn, one person even described it as becoming a situation of the king's deer, which, would I don't know if you know where that expression came from, but the old European model where the aristocracy and the royalty literally owned the wildlife. It was literally theirs. The North American model, the wildlife is a public trust. It's there for all of us. So some people are arguing that this would undermine that principle.
We actually were just talking about that before you came on, and it does eerily feel like that. I get it. Josh Corsi, Mule Deer Fanatics Foundation CEO, said that's kind of what it feels like to him and what it amounts to when you sell to the highest bidder your 2 tags. But, it's already a little bit of aristocracy when you think that the landowners, the land barons, have these 2 tags and they just give it to family members. So you got to be in the know anyway to even get one. But to monetize these tags and sell to the highest bidder, I get why you want to compensate landowners for what they do for the wildlife. They do provide refuge and food. By virtue of just having the land. 160 acres is the minimum you're looking for, contiguous acres. But I don't know. Yeah, selling to just on the open market, highest bidder kind of thing. It's weird. I don't know. Where is this Senate file right now? Still in committee? Is it out?
I think it's scheduled to come before a committee. I don't think it's come up before a committee yet. If I have my scheduling right, I'm tracking a lot of bills right now, but it's sure to be a lively discussion when it does. Yeah, because I think a lot of people feel they would like to do a little bit more for landowners. They'd like to give them a little bit more leeway with these, but I don't think it's like you said, people putting it up for sale on the open market. That's what some people really don't like. Is the fact that they'd be able to sell them on the open market. But, there might be some people who have some good arguments for doing that. So I'm not going to assume until, I hear those folks talk too. So, but regardless, it's sure to be a lively discussion when this comes up before committee because, people don't always agree about wildlife in Wyoming, but they all tend to be passionate about it. So.
Yeah, true. It does get people. Yep.
We care about our wildlife in this state. We don't always agree, but we all agree that we care about it. So
we don't care as much for turkeys in Casper as we care about wildlife. Your story. I mean, turkey, are they really becoming pesky in Casper? Is that
well, it sounds like it's getting a little bit better.
Yeah.
I've got a niece that lives in Casper, and I've talked to her a couple times. Apparently, in her neighborhood, it's no big deal. But I guess there's parts of Casper.
Yeah.
They say around the cemetery at a few of the schools, like they've been chasing people, and imagine being a little kid and being chased by a turkey. That'd be something to, tell your grandkids when you grow up. Because back in my day, we got chased by turkeys at school. But,
dude, I just you probably know that I've been caretaking and feeding these peacocks, which to me are just colorful turkeys. There's only 15 of them, but I finally did get somebody. I finally got some other sucker to take them, and we had to ship them out in a horse trailer the other day, and just herding them. I mean, I can't imagine, if a few dozen coming at you. Yeah, trying to herd turkeys, but they did remove how many? 145 birds.
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood over the past few months, and it seems to be a win-win for everybody. The people are having fewer annoying turkeys around, but they're not. No turkeys were harmed in the making of this movie or whatever. They're trapping them live and they're taking them out. As Game and Fish explained, they're taking them out where there's good turkey habitat, but the population might be a little sparse in the wild, and they're sending them back loose to go live as wild turkeys instead of metro turkeys. So it seems to be working out for everybody, including the turkeys. Because I mean we had that article where I detailed. I laid out specifically that no, you're not allowed to step out your front porch and kill a turkey and make Thanksgiving dinner out of it just because it's annoying you. But,
right.
Yeah, you have to go out in the wild and hunt them with a license like anything else. But
no turkeys have been harmed. No turkeys have been eaten in the making of this story. I'm sharing a photo of the Turkey Federation that shows the National Wild Turkey Federation box and the turkeys flying out of it. So. Yeah, that's a little better than if you remember in Riverton years ago, they had crow problems, and they would get shotgun. They would just shoot crows out of trees, like law enforcement. Like, oh boy, is that how we're going to deal with?
No, we're being kind to our neighborhood turkeys in Casper. So.
All right, that's good news. One final quick story is we were talking a little bit before about that proposed bill to split the whitetail mule deer season. That's going to be a no-go, it looks like.
Yeah. I think it keeps coming up. People keep, maybe one of these days it will finally pass. And that's one of those things, I think there were good, passionate arguments on both sides, but the naysayers, if you want to frame it in those terms, they went out again, same as last year. The bill kind of died on the floor. So the seasons will remain, there'll be parts of the state where a general deer tag is what it says. It's a general deer tag. You go out and shoot first deer you can find, regardless of whether that's a whitetail or a muley. But, I don't think the topic's going to go away. I mean, folks are interested in this because we do have a lot of parts in Wyoming where the whitetail and mule deer habits are either directly adjacent or maybe even they overlap a little bit. And there's whitetail certainly aren't a species of concern. They're thriving all over the country, but mule deer are. So, some people are asking whether we need to knock the whitetails back a little bit to give the mule deer a better chance. So.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it keeps coming up at legislature. Not that it passes, not that we get anywhere with the votes or anything, but that's what some bills have to do. If the final solution is ever is going to be an act or a bill or a law, it often has to come up in front of you, and we got to talk it out. Every session, we got to talk it out. What does it look like now? So that bill was killed. And one final thing. Harriet Hageman is among many. Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman is among many that believe that the grizzly bear delisting issue is not done yet. We got a new guy heading the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, and he said, I hear you, I'm with you. Really? We might revisit the grizzly.
We might. We'll see what happens. I mean, folks say things in hearings, and sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't manifest. But I do think that guy making that statement openly in that hearing, and they've got him on record. You're right. Our congresswoman and many others are going to say, "Hey, buddy, you said it. So, well, what's going to happen now?" So, he's definitely going to be getting some follow-up calls on that because you're right. These Western governors and Western Congress people and senators are all, pretty much across the board, I think, favor delisting. There's plenty of people who do not want the bears delisted, but so maybe some of those people will bend this guy's ear too. So either way, this guy's probably gonna be getting a lot of phone calls and emails about grizzly bears.
Yeah,
from both sides.
His phone will be burning up. Yeah, Doug exactly. Burgum during his that confirmation hearing did answer. It was from Montana, and he said, "I'm with you. I'm with you in the grizzly. I know."
Yep.
All right.
He said it out loud, so there you go. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Have a good one.
All right, buddy. Have a great day. That's Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Outdoor reporter, talking about a few of his stories in the Cowboy State Daily you got to get on and get into. Please go read Mark Hines on the Cowboy State Daily. Well, we'll take another pause, pay some bills, and get right back. Do I have I better check the schedule here. I think I got a guest coming right. Oh, yeah, we got Cowboy Kevin Meyer coming up in just a little bit, and we'll make horse sense of the world. I want to share a cool photo with you as well that'll go right in with the whole cowboy theme. We'll do that here in just a bit as the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues after these.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And we rejoin Cowboy State Daily Show. And we get into the Zoom room. This guy, Cowboy Kevin Meyer, coming on the show on this Tuesday, the longest month. Tuesday in January, longest month of the year, right? Tuesday. I mean, August got 31 days as well. And when we're slugging our way through August, and it seems like August is dragging on and on, we call it dog days of summer. We're like, first off, I can't imagine ever getting sick of summer, ever being tired of it being nice outside. But yeah, in August, it's dog days of summer, 31 days. And in January, the 31 days just really drag on. How long is January in Douglas, Wyoming? As long as it is here?
Well, just about. It just depends. I can remember a few years ago, I think we went 3 weeks where we never got above zero.
Oh, no.
So, relatively speaking, today is summertime. I tell you what, I'm ready to get out the beach towel and the Hawaiian shirt and go and bask in the sun.
The hell you say? What do you got going over there right now? I'm still wallowing below zero.
Oh, we're up above zero, and the water tanks were just barely frozen this morning, and there is no air movement. You notice I don't use the technical word for that.
That's a 4-letter word. We all know that.
It's the biggest 4-letter word.
I hear you. I'm -7 here in Jackson, Wyoming. You can have it. You're above zero, though, huh? Good for you.
Yeah, we're up around 28 degrees right now.
Get out.
Yeah, you bet. And isn't it funny how warm 28 degrees feels after -28?
Yeah, it's like 60-degree swing. It's huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm not good at math, but it's a lot. Definitely. It's like
hey, I was told there would be no math on this job.
Right. Sorry to introduce. No math. That's a 4-letter word as well. No math, no wind. We'll be quiet about that. I'm asking everybody on the show, Kevin, their feelings on the penny. Are you going to miss the penny if it goes away? Canada said we're done with the penny. Elon Musk says we, U.S., ought to be done with the penny. It's just not worth it no more.
My biggest question about that is how are the ne'er-do-wells going to pay their parking tickets? Now, you always hear the story about people who are mad at the government, so they bring in a wheelbarrow full of pennies to pay their parking tickets or their tax or whatever. What are they going to do now?
Right. they'll just bring money of any kind because we all pay using Venmo, Zelle, plastic, Visa card, debit card. Just bringing money is a pain in the butt. Just count out dollars. That's the version of today's penny. If your parking fine, you get an $85 parking fine, you pay it out in pennies, just pay it out in dollars. That's still a pain in the butt if you want to make a statement, I think.
Yes, and I agree with what a couple other folks have said. I think there's plenty of people and I'm one of them, with jars full of pennies somewhere in their house that we're never going to run out of them. And really now, pennies, anytime if you pay for cash, they hand you your change. The first thing you do is sort out the pennies and put them in the save a penny, take a penny bucket that is next to every cash register. So I don't think we're in danger of ever running out of pennies being in circulation.
Yeah, we're all right. You're right. That's a good point. The penny thing at the change counter, like it used to be. I mean, there used to be just a couple pennies in it, and everybody was real technical. Like, oh, here's 2 cents. You're lucky. Now they even if they have that dish, it doesn't matter what's in it. They just like whatever the penny. Everybody's just ready. And where do those pennies go? That's in the take a penny, leave a penny thing. They probably throw it in the dumpster at the end of the day.
Yeah, there you go. And I can also tell you that almost everywhere you go now, they either have a little jar where they're trying to donate, raise funds for somebody who's, having trouble, or they ask you if you want to round up your total to the next even dollar.
Yeah.
And they will donate that money to March of Dimes or whatever it is. So I really don't think if they stop making pennies, which absolutely makes sense, it's not a very good business plan to make something for 3 cents when it's only worth 1 cent. I really don't think many people will notice.
It's the business model of government, though. Leave it to government to spend 3 cents to create 1 cent. And it makes sense to eliminate cents. And yeah, I don't know. I'm going to put you in a vote with Jen and Jackie and everybody else that says good riddance to the penny. We're not going to need it. Although you bring up a good point. How do you make a statement when you have to pay a fine? Or how do you whoop some butt in a street fight when you don't have a sock full of pennies? Or you put a roll of pennies in your fist? Or there's some need for the pennies, I guess.
Well, the great thing about doing that, not saying I was ever part of anything like that, is after the altercation was over, you could go down and buy yourself a 6-pack with that same roll of pennies.
Yeah. After the street fight was done. Yeah. But now
what are college kids going to do if they don't have to dig through their ashtray in their car or the cushions in their couch to find enough pennies to go down and buy a pizza and a 6-pack?
College kids.
I guess Uber probably doesn't, or Uber Eats probably doesn't take pennies anyway, does it?
No. This is all old stuff. We're all going crypto. Senator Lummis told us so. We're all going Bitcoin. I'm not ready to go there, though.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about when you refer to we. Because I guess the we might be you and me not jumping on that bandwagon.
Yesterday, Renee Jean had a story about bowling is back. I wanted to ask you your high score in bowling. Have you ever bowled? Do you bowl? Would you bowl? Do you like to bowl? And what's your high score?
I think my highest score bowling ever was 8.5 beers.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
And then I may have sent a ball or two down the gutter, but yes, I have bowled. It's been a long, long time, but let's face it, I didn't go to the bowling alley for the exercise.
Yeah. Your ball ended up in the adjacent alley or the gutter?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just there for them to, I don't know what it is about bowling alleys, but they always have the coldest beer and the best pizza in town.
Yes, because they know it's not, the attraction is not putting on someone else's shoes and rolling a big heavy ball to, like, the attraction is everything else. The beer, the food. Good point. Yeah. I never thought about that. What else is in the news that's interesting for you?
Well, for me personally, this week, hopefully this afternoon, I'm having some technical difficulties, but this afternoon I'll have a brand new podcast up.
Oh, yeah. We got to check that out. Where do we find it?
You can find it on Spotify. You can find it on iTunes. You can find it on Apple Podcast. It's called Mornings on Horseback. And this week I interview Arden Bundy, who's part of the Bundy Ranch, and they ranch on 650,000 acres. And they have a YouTube channel where they strap GoPros to their hats, their cowboy hats, and they go catch wild cattle. And it's, I tell everybody it is like the show Deadliest Catch, but on horseback. You know, Deadliest Catch, they just keep pulling up crab. It's the same thing every episode, but you still watch it because you never know what's going to happen. There'll be some little thing that goes wrong. Well, that's the way with this YouTube channel. It's really interesting, and I had the opportunity to talk to this guy.
Yeah, it's like watching NASCAR for the crash. But there's that's a whole not an industry, or maybe it's a whole media genre. There's people that like to watch on YouTube or Vimeo or whatever. They like to watch farming or ranching. We just had a story a few weeks ago about somebody who said that's their guilty pleasure. They like to spend their, free time just watching a ranch family do their thing. Like, oh, this cow's giving birth, this cow's calving, or maybe if you need a little more excitement than watching corn grow, like watching farming, maybe this would be a good recreational idea to kick back and watch the GoPro cattle roundups. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because it puts people in a position most people are never going to be in.
Yeah.
Running out across the desert and roping something and tying it down. And that's pretty cool to give people an insight to what cowboying really is.
Yeah, get you right in there, the POV of what it's like to do that. Feel like you're doing it. All right, one day maybe you'll need me on your show as the peacock wrangling expert. The peacock chapter of my life is finally closed, Kevin. I managed to get, 15 total. We started with 23. And that number got shaved to 17, and then 17, I was down to 15. I think these coyotes are all walking around here waddling how fat they are. But I finally got the remaining 15. I got a whole mess of them in. There was 4 holdouts. I got 2 of them in, and then there was just 2 outlaws left. And I thought for sure they would pair up. They were 2 boys who didn't know any better. Every time I tried to get them into the coop, they'd go the other way. So I found out, number one, herding peacocks, not the way to go. Leading peacocks, like the Pied Piper of peacocks. They will follow much better than they will get pushed. So I shook the food can. I mean, how many times has an animal care person figured out that the way to the animal's heart is through the stomach? You shake the feed can, you shake the grain can for the horse. That did it. I starved them out for a couple of days and then shook the can, and they followed me like obedient puppies.
Well, there you go. There you go. Now what are you going to do with them?
Now, so that's not the end of the story. So I did pawn these peacocks off on a couple of suckers. I hope they're not watching the show. I tell you, I found these 2 rubes down in Star Valley, and they wanted some peacocks. And boy, I didn't waste any time. I said, "Get your horse trailer up here now." And in 15 below degree weather, we backed this horse trailer right up to the coop. Didn't leave them peacocks any option but to get in it. And I'll tell you what, they were flying around like they got mad that they had to get in the trailer. They didn't enjoy that. But
yeah,
I waved goodbye.
So was the deal that they could have them for free, but they had to take all of them?
Yes, it was exactly because we could have parted them out for some change, pennies. But yeah, it was worth it to get all 15 off the ranch in one shot for free. Just you see you have a good time with that. They're well behaved. You love them. Here's some food. Yeah, some of them know magic tricks. Some of them foretell the future. You're gonna love these peacocks. See ya.
Yeah, and
they're gone.
Thanksgiving is just a few, 7 months away, and I'm sure they taste a lot like turkey.
Yeah, and they got too many turkey in Casper. I was surprised. Do you have wild turkey around Douglas at all?
Yeah, we do, and we have a resident flock just down the highway from my house, and they are really, really wise. When I first moved here, I would always slow down and let them cross. And I figured out now, oh, just keep your foot on that accelerator. They'll get out of the way. They are wise to living around the highway. It's pretty amazing.
Yep, I found the same. Yeah, they all come from the same family, these fowl. There's a reason why they're called fowl. Speaking of a four-letter word, yeah, I found the same thing with the peacocks. When I would drive in the summer, I would go real slow or stop for them, and then I'm like, you know what? They just like a good stock dog. They get out the way. They figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea what it is about this one little area, but they are just always there. They never leave, and all winter long they'll be there. They are the toughest little birds you've ever seen. I do feel sorry for my neighbor. They like to coop up in his trees, and I imagine that you don't ever want to walk barefoot anywhere around his yard.
I want to share with you, but you're not going to be able to see it. But I want to share.
Yeah. Go ahead. I think I can see it on my phone.
Okay, and then nobody on radio is going to be able to see it either, but I want to share this photo because it is the most badass thing ever. This is Haley Kinsel riding Sister. She's a barrel racer. This photo is the definition of fierce, definition of I don't know what. It's look at her. I don't know what she's shouting to Sister, but these two have a bond. This is one of the fastest barrel racers on the planet and doing her thing. And I love a photo like that. It is so fierce. Like you could see grit in rodeo watching with a close up of a bareback rider with a mouth guard in, and he's getting jostled all over. But to me, this is every bit as much grit as well. That is fierce. That's Haley doing her thing on Sister.
I tell you what, there's a lot of trust that goes into going that fast, especially in a rodeo arena, where not only you have to be still accelerating all the way to the timeline, and then you got to get figured out how you're going to get shut down. And that takes a lot of trust, not just of the person in the horse, but that horse in that person when they're running them that hard, and all that horse sees is the fence at the end. But you can tell right there that they've done that many, many times, and she has complete faith in that horse, and that horse knows his job and seemed like he's pretty happy doing it.
Yeah, and I watch, if you watch one video on the Facebook, one reel or whatever, then your feed gives you a whole bunch more similar. Like all you got to do is watch one time and you'll get a whole bit. So I watch all these reels and these video feeds that begin with what looks like a horse wreck. It'll be an adult, maybe a dad and a little kid who's barely taller than the saddle horn, and a horse it's rearing. Like that'll be your thumbnail. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a wreck. And I watch it, and it's just the adult trying to hold that horse back before the barrel race. And the kid's like, let's go. The kid's just like, the horse, let us go. And then they turn them loose, and holy cow. Yeah,
Yeah, you bet. years ago, a friend of mine, his daughter was barrel racing, and he got the greatest picture. She was rounding the third barrel. She was probably 9 or 10, and there was not a part of her touching that saddle. She
Yeah.
had her legs way out. She was about a foot above the saddle, and she was gassing it, and that horse, just like the picture you just showed me, ears down, belly next to the ground, just giving it all he's got. And that little girl was just going with him. And that is really cool to see that kind of bravery.
Yeah, when you got that much daylight between the pockets and the saddle, that's trust that you're going to come back down and land on leather, I guess. Yeah, that's fun. That's rodeo. When you need a podcast guest, expert peacock wrangler, you know where to go.
Well, by golly, we're going to get you on it real soon. We're going to get cranked up and going with this. We're heading up to the Black Hill Stock Show this weekend, so it won't be this weekend we'll do it, but we are dang sure going to get together, Jake, because there's some stories that we probably shouldn't talk about on here, but on my podcast, we can do whatever we want, right?
No holds barred. Yeah, we'll let it loose. Yeah. Bunkhouse banter. All right, Kevin.
Well, thank you, Pard. You stay warm up there.
Thank you. You enjoy that nice warm with no W word.
You betcha.
All right. Kevin Meyer joining the show every Tuesday. 8:26, making horse sense of the world. Let's take a quick break, get right back into it. After these, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Andrew Rossi, in his latest story, says 3 more YDOT snowplow trucks were wrecked over the weekend. That's, I do see how you can hit snowplow trucks. I understand it is possible, but still, At this point, is the message not clear? Don't crowd the plow. YDOT has got to be beside itself and trying to get the message out. This is in the Laramie area alone. 3 separate incidents where YDOT snowplow trucks were struck. And I think a semi-truck hit one of them. We got the photos here we can share with you. But it keeps happening. I don't know the totals at the end of the year, but there's a lot of wrecked snowplow trucks by the time the year's done. 3 were taken out of commission. They were out clearing ice and snow on stretches of Interstate 80. There are also snowplows on US 30, 287. And as quoted in the story from Andrew Rossi, YDOT's Doug McGee said, it seems silly to say, but a plow in the shop is not a plow plowing snow. When they're in the shop, they're not out there doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now, YDOT has backups. They have lots of snowplow rigs, but still, they have 22 plows in the Laramie district alone, McGee said. That seems like a lot, but it's that wind down there, the wind and that snow. The snowplows, there's probably stretches of winter where they don't even turn those things off. I mean, your snowplow doesn't even need a starter. It's just always running. One guy finishes his shift and he brings it into the home front. What do you call the snowplow headquarters? He brings it into and then the next guy just gets in, leave it running. Next guy gets in and out he goes with the sander and the plow. There are probably weeks where these things just run 24/7. 22 plows in Laramie district alone, McGee said. And when you got 3 of them that are out of commission, he said that represents, do the math, McGee's capable of doing the math, 3 snowplows are 14% of our workforce out of service. There have been 9 total snowplow strikes in Wyoming this winter, resulting in either extensively damaged vehicles or just a complete loss of a snowplow. Andrew Rossi has more about the issue. Every winter, when people just don't see or aren't paying attention or somehow strike a snowplow. It shouldn't happen, but it does happen all the time.
2 Wyoming Department of Transportation snowplow trucks were struck and damaged in southeast Wyoming this weekend, taking them off the highways during a snowstorm. And a sander was also damaged in one of the crashes. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there have been 9 snowplow strikes in Wyoming so far this winter, resulting in totaled plows and extensively damaged commercial vehicles.
There's 22 YDOT snowplow trucks covering the Laramie area. 3 of those trucks were out of commission as of Monday because they had sustained some sort of damage. 22 plows in the Laramie area, that sounds like a lot, but 3 trucks down for a period of days, that's 14% of YDOT's truck fleet and their workforce in that area that's not clearing the roads at the time when it's needed most. People should really internalize that because it does have an impact on their travel and safety.
Collisions with plow trucks can cause tremendous logistical issues for YDOT and the Wyoming Highway Patrol. If a driver sees a snow cloud hurtling towards them, they should anticipate the snowplow behind it and drive accordingly.
Yeah, that's your biggest key. Most of these plows, I would venture to say almost all of the snowplows that are hit from behind. And the reason is that you cannot see them with the snow. Like you're driving down the highway, driving down the interstate, and it's snowy and your visibility is already limited. And then you get just a wall of snow and you're thinking, well, that's just a gust. There's a wind gust, blew up a whole bunch of snow. I got to drive through this. And that bunch of snow was kicked up by the snowplow that's right in front of you. And he's doing 40 plowed snow and you're doing 55 or more. Wham!
It happened. It could happen really easy. You don't see the plow. You don't see his lights going. You don't see anything but that snow. Just a white wall of snow behind a snow plow. And they're easy to hit that way. You'd be surprised. Leo Wolfson has this story about the fact that Liz Cheney may not be excused from this whole J6 thing. Me personally, and I better go into the personal room because this is about to get personal in opinion. I would like to know your take. Feel free to comment on I'm going to go check out the Facebook's comments. I haven't looked at that all morning. I've been too busy. But anytime, let's see, what are my Facebooks? Cool music. Okay. Good day from Colorado. Hey, hello. Hello from Utah. Hello to you too, Utah. Nobody chiming in on the whole penny debate. What say you about the penny? Anybody going to miss the penny? Penny for your thoughts. Share your 2 cents on the Facebooks about the penny. Also, let me know whether this is news for you or whether you feel the same fatigue over it I do.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Yeah, these two, Trump, Cheney, yeah, they hate each other. We get it. Cheney's a turncoat. We get it.
The views and opinions expressed on the...
But honestly, Biden pardoned Liz Cheney for anything she may have done investigating the Capitol riots that occurred on January 6, 2021. We call it the J6 incident. We had to actually come up with a nice, short and cute name because we refer to it all the time because it just continues to be news now 4 years later. January 6, 2021, the Capitol riots. Liz Cheney has a pardon. Just about everybody involved in the riots that did something real bad or that did not do something real bad is out, free, receiving a pardon from Trump. Trump is not up on charges after the investigation. So can we all walk away from it already? I guess not. Leo Wolfson's story said former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney would likely have to testify before a new U.S. House subcommittee. Here we go again with another House subcommittee. I can't think of anything that makes my eyelids heavy than the phrase House subcommittee. And watching them grill somebody who's wiggling in their seat, despite receiving the pardon from former President Joe Biden during his final hours in office. Presidential pardons come with a caveat that they remove the Fifth Amendment privileges for this recipient. Fifth Amendment grants the constitutional right not to answer questions in a court of law. So Leo Wolfson speculates in his story that it's likely Cheney will be sitting before a subcommittee just as she chaired a subcommittee looking to take a pound of flesh out of Trump. Now the roles will be reversed, and despite the pardon, Liz Cheney will be the one sitting in front of a subcommittee, and we're still talking about J6 4 years later. I'm over it. I do have another story. This story from Claire McFarland. A bill proposed in the Wyoming legislature would make it a felony level conviction for peeping Toms, voyeurs. A bill to make all felony voyeurs register as sex offenders is before the Wyoming Senate currently. In fact, the Wyoming committee sent it out of committee 4-0, the Wyoming Senate. We'll hear it now. It'll go to the floor. So someone who was convicted of a felony level voyeurism, as in one case, a woman testified via video, via stream, about her incident where she said a coworker was spying. A coworker had a camera in the bathroom, was watching her for days, weeks, months, for a long time. Had all kinds of footage of her in the restroom. That's uncomfortable. And currently, that guy went to jail for a while. But she said when he got out of jail, she had no idea if he was still around. Does he still live in this town? Is he still around? Is he kind of freaking her out? So the Wyoming Legislative Senate Judiciary Committee heard her voice. They voted 4-0 to pass Senate File 122, which would make felony conviction voyeurs register as sex offenders. Interesting. The story from Claire McFarland. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. We got a lot more stories to get to. We got Renee coming on the show a little bit later. I think, Renee's might have an issue. She's on the road, but we'll see. I think we'll get Renee in here. We'll check it out. But for now, it's top of the hour. It is time to take a local break with news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 28th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Despite former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney receiving a pardon from former President Joe Biden during his final hours in office, presidential pardons come with a caveat that they remove Fifth Amendment privileges for the recipient. So if she gets subpoenaed, Cheney would likely have to testify before a new U.S. House subcommittee that's investigating the events that took place before and after January 6, 2021. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that a subcommittee member has said that it's likely to happen.
What's interesting about the Constitution is that if someone gets pardoned by a president, it removes their Fifth Amendment privileges. So if Cheney is subpoenaed by this committee, she will have to testify because she is pardoned. It's kind of an interesting loophole, if you will, in the law.
Cheney has consistently defended her work on the January 6 committee and never publicly requested a pardon from Biden or said she wouldn't testify on the topic in the future. A proposal to allow landowners to put their hunting tags up for sale could essentially make hunting in Wyoming the sport of kings. That's what opponents of Senate File 118 told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines. Under current regulations, the landowner may not put their tags up for sale. Senate File 118 would change the regulations, allowing landowners to put their tags up for sale so long as those tags haven't already been issued to a family member.
If you own enough of a certain type of property, that does provide food, shelter, and water for wildlife, the Game and Fish wants to give something back in return for you having provided that habitat for the wildlife. A lot of people are balking. If we allow them to put these things up for sale for anybody, that's going to basically turn hunting into a rich man's sport where whoever can tempt the landowner with the biggest price tag for their hunting tag will get exclusive access.
But an agricultural spokesperson countered that allowing landowners more discretion in how they transfer those tags to other people would be a just reward for their contributions to wildlife conservation. Wyomingites have long known Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis as the crypto queen for her support of the digital asset sector, but now she's become crypto queen of the nation. Lummis is set to chair the nation's very first digital asset subcommittee, and she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she's planned an aggressive agenda for her newly minted panel.
She's already introduced some legislation in the previous year related to crypto and digital assets, so she's really going to be able to hit the ground running with some of that. A lot of it is pulling on Wyoming's framework. Wyoming has invested many, many hours in creating a regulatory framework for digital assets that had kind of run aground with the SEC cracking down on all crypto as if it's all bad. But it's a new day.
Lummis will be working closely with the Trump White House on a strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. A longtime advocate of such a reserve, Lummis had introduced legislation to create a Bitcoin reserve late last year, But now, with the Republican Party ascendant, there's new life to the idea. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper is the only public school in Wyoming that offers Mandarin Chinese in a dual language immersion setting where students spend half the day learning that language and the other half in English. The program has been in place since 2013. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to proponents of the program who believe the program remains a worthwhile investment for the school district despite struggles finding teachers or any current concerns about national geopolitics involving the U.S. and China.
Well, the program is now at the place where the kids that started it are juniors in high school, and the program has been a success. Some of the students that began in the program back in kindergarten are taking college level Mandarin, not just language, but like business classes in Chinese at the University of Wyoming.
The district's immersion program in Spanish is similar to programs in Albany, Campbell, Laramie, and Teton counties, but Natrona County School District's immersion Mandarin option is one of just 367 Mandarin DLI schools in the nation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
And we rejoin Studio Show Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily, and it's Renee Jean joining us. I muted you, Renee. Did you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, we just have to be so on the clock now. It's hard for me to juggle, but yeah, we got to move fast. We have a limited amount of time. I want to start right away with a question we've been asking everybody who's been on the show: the penny. We're going to go from the penny to its big brother. It's complete 180, Bitcoin and crypto. It's like, if the penny is the New York Jets and Bitcoin is the Kansas City Chiefs, if you follow the football. But would you miss the penny if Elon Musk does away with it? Are you pro penny, anti penny, apathetic?
I'll probably hoard all of my pennies just in case they're worth something 50 years from now after the penny is destroyed.
I could see that. I could have guessed you'd say that. Okay. You're hanging on to the pennies when you're seeing the value in having something rare still kicking around. Okay. Jen Coker said that you tried to explain to her once cryptocurrency and her head exploded. So did mine. Our eyes glaze over, our head explodes. You know it. And you know who knows it even better than you? I was surprised that anyone would know it better than you, is U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. She's right on the whole crypto thing, and now she gets recognized. Wyoming has been on the forefront of it as well, the technology. And now, Trump's pro crypto, and he wants Lummis to head up what's going on. This is new, novel concept and a real shift in administration.
Well, so I think it's just kind of a logical extension, though, of the internet. You can do a lot of things if you digitize the money. You can move it around in ways that are brand new and much faster and more efficient. And so you can also, you can make contracts uh, completely blind to, like, humans will make exceptions, right? But you can write a contract on blockchain and it will execute as expected, no exceptions allowed unless they've been programmed in. So, there are a lot of people looking at what can you do with this technology, uh, where can we use it, where is it best. What we haven't had is a framework, though, and as soon as you create something new, it doesn't matter what it is, grifters move in and try to take advantage of people. Crypto has been a victim of that, but it's not the technology that's bad, it's the people who decide to do something bad with it. You can equally well do something good with it. And so that's kind of what Wyoming has been trying to do, is set up a regulatory framework that helps the people who want to do good things with it do that in a lawful way, a way that doesn't take advantage of consumers. And so I think, the Biden administration had been all more about the crackdown on potential grifters, but they were using a regulation by enforcement approach. Their premise was that we already have all the laws that we need. We don't need new laws. We just take what we have and apply it to crypto. But there are lots of ways that just doesn't quite fit. A utility token whose purpose is for you to vote on matters in your blockchain group, uh, that's not really a security. It's not really a commodity. It's not meant to accrue value, although it may have some value. That's not its purpose. So it's one of many types of things that don't really fit the current laws that we have. So I think we'll probably see out of this committee, they're going to decide which cryptocurrency, which digital assets are commodities, which are securities. If they're securities, they'll go under the SEC. If they're commodities, they'll go under the CFPB. I think it was one of those agencies, the commodity agency. And then there may be a new category for some of these utility type tokens that are for voting, or like they're meant to be just kind of a pass-through vehicle so that you can make retail transactions without as much cost. Uh, it'll be very interesting to see what Senator Lummis comes up with. And of course, she has a huge head start. She brought with her to Washington, D.C., people who helped craft Wyoming's laws. She's going to take, some of that's going to get implemented into the federal framework. So it can maybe help Wyoming get back in the lead as it was before the SEC kind of stepped in and started slapping everybody around.
Yeah, I love it that Senator Lummis gets to bring some Wyoming expertise, because Wyoming has been right there in the forefront of blockchain, of crypto, and that's cool that she get. And Wyoming's also still struggling with some crypto challenges, including a standardized bank. Or what is it when you put a bank behind digital currency? What are you doing? Wyoming's still trying to find one.
Yeah, I think like Custodia Bank, her idea was to be kind of a bridge between cryptocurrency and, the physical real world where you get your money back out. Right now, there's not a good bridge for that. You can put money in, but it becomes difficult to get that money back out. Uh, this having a framework is, telling people what's legal, what's not legal. It's going to make it possible to move forward on so many financial innovations. And a lot of the advocates feel it's important, that America is leading that. If we're not leading that, who's leading that? Probably China. Do we really want China rules to be, what the world adopts? I'm not sure that that's the case. They're not as transparent as we are. They're not as concerned with human rights as we are. Um, you know, I think enough said about that. But so I think, if we want America to be in the leadership position, then we've got to move on this new technology. Is not going to stop just because, as we've seen in the past, just because people don't want to have a smartphone or don't want to use the internet doesn't mean the rest of the world won't.
I don't want to use crypto. I am penny pinching, clutching my penny. Not that I love the penny, but I don't know if I can get into this brave new world. And this Zoom session, Renee, is going to highlight your dexterity, your limberness, your ability to talk crypto and help me understand it. Your navigation of fine dining at La Rev. I can't even talk to you anymore, knowing that you're sipping absinthe and sampling the menu at La Rev and now a James Beard Award winner. And then, but just to show that you can slum it with the regular people, you also go bowling now and then. You're all over the place, Renee. Is bowling cool again? It's so tactile that I could see it. Are we sick of playing video games and doing digital? We want to pick up a bowling ball now and hear the pins crash. Derby lanes in Cheyenne. What a story.
Well, I don't think you'll be hearing pins crash because that's not the new bowling. The new bowling looks more like a video game. It's programmable. You have a little screen there at your lane where you can pick your game, choose your own adventure. And the one thing I didn't hear was a lot of pins crashing. They're just about whisper quiet now. They're attached to strings, so they don't get swept back into some back machinery and then popped back out again. They rise up and kind of float away, and then the ones that you didn't knock over float back down again. It's a brand new world for bowling.
Brian Rico has opened Derby lanes in Cheyenne. He's making bowling cool again. I was really interested to see you once again flesh out a little background of a story and tell us about the history of bowling. It's been around since we were writing words down. It's amazing. It's old Egyptian stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, bowling's been around a long time. The archaeological record finds it all the way back to like 3200 BC. A little game just like bowling. The King Henry VIII outlawed bowling for the peasantry because he felt they were getting too tied up in it, too wrapped up in it. It was too popular. Felt they should be focusing on something practical like archery. And then in Connecticut, even outlawed 9-pin bowling because it had become associated with gambling. And so that may be where we got 10-pin bowling from. What the bowling alleys did was they just added a 10th pin, so it wasn't 9-pin bowling anymore.
I love that part. Yeah, this is 1841, a law passed in Connecticut outlawing 9-pin bowling for its supposed association with gambling and gaming, and a crafty way around it was, well, now we got 10 pins. That was pretty
neat. 9-pin bowling anymore?
Have you? Let's go from there to La Rev. This is a big deal. James Beard Foundation Awards. They don't just drop this on anybody, and they drop this on a restaurant that's barely been open. I know the owner was surprised. Krister Johansson's like, how did they even know of us?
Yeah, this restaurant's been open for 4 months. I wondered that too. So I kind of went and dug into, how do these awards work? And so they have divided the country up into regions, and then they have about 20 judges per region. So we have 20 judges in the Rocky Mountain area, Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, I think Idaho. And those judges are kind of responsible for their area to figure out, what restaurants are worthy of some James Beard category. There's a number of categories. The category that Le Rev is in is Best New Restaurant. That's not a regional category, that's across the country. So they have a list of 30 semifinalists. That's not even one semifinalist per state. It's not a per state thing. Some states didn't get any restaurant at all. Maybe some states had more than one. But for Wyoming to have a restaurant on that list is pretty cool.
Very cool. Congratulations, Sheridan. You have a James Beard award-winning restaurant, Le Rev Restaurant and Raw Bar. I want to say it was probably the addition of absinthe, which is unique, or more probably it was Renee's story about that caught the attention. But it was probably this celebrity chef. He's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, Zoylan Ruiz is their chef, and he used to be Luke Skywalker, or George Lucas, who created Star Wars, and Luke Skywalker. He used to be his private chef at the Skywalker Ranch, and it's funny because at the Skywalker Ranch, he told me how they would have to prepare the food elsewhere and then quote schlep it over. His word for bringing it over. Well, he's kind of doing the same thing at Le Rev because Le Rev doesn't even have a full kitchen. That's the other thing that makes this so wow, it's like this restaurant doesn't even have a full kitchen yet. But you would never know it. The food looks like it belongs on the cover of a magazine. It tastes just as good as it looks. It is really an amazing place to eat. I've eaten at some of the best restaurants in Paris, and this is very comparable. You don't have to travel to Paris to try it. And price points, it is a little more expensive, I think, especially if you have a hearty appetite. But there are some pretty inexpensive items on the menu too. You can get a panini for $18. I think that's not too bad. But so it just kind of depends on your appetite. And you could make it part of a progressive dinner, like have a cocktail and an appetizer, eat a main course somewhere else, have dessert at a third place, and have a pretty nice night in Sheridan.
Yeah, the difference between the Michelin star rating in restaurants is, the difference between a 2-star and a 5-star is proportions. It's the same food, but if they make it real tiny on your plate, then you got a lot of stars at that restaurant. In my opinion. One more thing, let's go to the world of Netflix. Are you watching this Netflix hit American Primeval? It sounds like, reading the story, that you've seen it. You're familiar with it. You suggest in this story, because of what some Candy Moulton and other historians have said, you watch it for the entertainment, not necessarily the factual history. American Primeval. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of advertise this movie as retelling the story of the West more realistically, taking the rose-colored glasses off, de-romanticizing it. But I would submit that what they've really done here is just swapped rose-colored glasses for some dark tint of glasses.
Yeah.
They make things look a lot more gritty than they really would have been. For example, there is no hanging spot at Fort Bridger. They didn't hang people there. It was pretty quiet around the fort. In fact, the movie makes you think that the Mountain Meadows massacre happened like 10 minutes away, and that Brigham Young was maybe a 10-minute ride out because he's just popping by the fort all the time. But in fact, these things were hundreds of miles away. If a trip to Fort Bridger, from wherever Brigham Young was living would have been quite a trip. He would have needed supplies or some pack horses. He wouldn't have just taken a little afternoon jaunt over to Fort Bridger to talk to Jim Bridger. It would have been a big deal.
Yeah. And, Hollywood takes these liberties all the time in order to make it entertaining and make it more sensationalized. And for the most part, you can take it with a grain of salt. You're not really getting a textbook. It's entertainment. But in some cases, the liberties taken with history, I mean, I can't imagine the Latter-day Saints are happy with the portrayal of Brigham Young. He comes out like a real bad guy in this thing.
Yeah, he's like a New York mob boss ordering, according to this series, he not only knew about, but probably orchestrated the whole massacre. The history records, I'm told, from the church don't really support that. They have come out subsequently with a statement saying they feel this movie is dangerous because it dangerously misleading because it makes it seem like, all Mormons thought that way and that it was a planned, organized thing on the part of the church. They're afraid it's gonna, fuel like prejudice and stereotypes. I one of the reasons I wanted to look at the history is because they promoted this as being realistic, and watching it, I kept asking myself, well, did the fort really burn down? Was Brigham Young really this bad? And so
Right.
I think that because of the marketing, they've raised that question in people's minds that this is what the history really was, but it wasn't.
Yeah. And Candy Moulton would probably like to know what actual historians are on board with this production company that's making this show. I don't know if you folks, any of our listeners watch it, but yeah, what you're getting is probably a whole lot of fiction. Because the real story of Jim Bridger was probably not that super exciting. And maybe if
maybe it was even more interesting.
yeah, right.
Some of the folks I talked to about the history said, the real history is actually more interesting and more brutal.
Oh, good point. All right,
Yeah,
Renee, thank you so much for coming on.
All right.
Really appreciate you. That's Renee Jean. Her stories, they run the gamut from this Netflix hit that may or may not be real factual about history to the crypto queen, Senator Lummis, who's now the crypto queen of the U.S. She's Wyoming showing the United States how to do things when it comes to cryptocurrency. That's good news. And Renee also hangs out at bowling joints and high dollar swanky places like La Rev. Wow. We'll take a quick break and clear the Zoom room, and I got a special guest you do not want to miss. Tara Womack coming up next. CWC of the Cadaver Program. We'll do that in just a moment. It's the Cowboys State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We'll continue after these.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Now, back to the show.
Yeah, we're back to it. I on purpose muted you, Tara. So you'll have to. Okay, you got it. We're so happy to have you on. I want to make sure that all our listeners have had your breakfast or not had your breakfast, because some of this content may be disturbing to your stomach. But I love what is CWC. Seems like, and I don't know if you can speak on behalf of the college, but it seems like a school that punches far above its weight. The nursing program is world class, and this cadaver program that we're going to talk about, like, kind of puts you on the map, puts CWC on the map. If you're a student interested in medical field, this is a pretty unique thing. What a great idea, whoever came up with it. What a great program to have. How did it come about? And is there a sense that, yeah, this is important to the college, CWC, a little community college in Riverton, has got something that not many huge universities can boast?
Right. Thanks, Jake, for having me on. I'm not a spokesman for the college. I can just speak about my classes. So the cadaver program was my inception. I've been teaching at the college for 20 years, and I wanted to have a cadaver program because as a student at CWC, I had the opportunity to do an internship with the coroner's office. And at that time, the autopsies were done in-house. We had a forensic pathologist, so they weren't shipped to Loveland like they are now. And I had, like I said, the opportunity to work with the coroner was Ed McCausland at the time, and sit in on some of those autopsies. And the pathologist was great. He had me gown up, glove up, so I was able to get my hands dirty. I asked my supervisor, Dr. Mark Nordine at the time, about having a cadaver for the anatomy lab. And we were in the old classroom building. So this was before the health science building was built, and the ventilation system wasn't adequate. So as soon as we got moved into this new building in 2013, when we were designing the plans for the anatomy lab, I built in the cadaver lab. We are pretty uniquely situated at CWC to have a cadaver for our undergrad students. And most of the students who go through my program are interested in healthcare. So we have nursing, physical therapy, dentistry, pharmacy, physician's assistant.
Someone who can speak on behalf of the program, and it's in the story that you can read in the Cowboy State Daily. Dr. Kathy Wells, Vice President for Academic Affairs, points to this innovative class as a big reason why CWC has been ranked in the top 2.4% of all colleges in America by niche. This program is really cool, teaching anatomy and physiology to students hands-on, like not virtual. Before we even begin, Tara, I want to make this stuff upfront and clear, and that's your duty of care, how you handle individuals posthumously, handling, you know the name, like, why would you go about personalizing the cadavers? You know their name, their age, their cause of death. Tell me about the disposition of the bodies when you're done, just the complete handling from beginning to end of cadavers that are humans.
Okay. So I received the bodies from the University of Utah's body donor program, and they have been previously undissected. The only incision is an incision in the neck where they drain the blood and they add the preserving fluid. I keep the bodies for up to 2 years. After we're done with them, they're returned to the University of Utah and cremated. The university provides me with a redacted death certificate, which includes the information you mentioned, the first name. And I want my students to remember that this is somebody's loved one. And they were so selfless in giving us this gift, their bodies, so we can learn more about this beautiful machine that we have, the anatomy of the body. So I don't want them to refer to the cadavers as Jane or John Doe. I ask them to refer to them by their first name, and they are to treat them with utmost respect at all times, given keeping in mind that this is somebody's mother or father, aunt, grandmother. It's their loved one, and their sacrifice is the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah. And you mentioned in the story, even the handling of the cadaver is sometimes more gentle than you might get on the operating table.
Right. I have gained so much respect for surgeons, the skill that they have to have. But yes, we are very careful when we are turning the bodies. Sometimes they're in the face up position, sometimes they're laying face down. So my students and I have to turn them over, but we're very careful not to just let the body flop on the table. And so they learn that technique as well about grabbing the shoulders and the hips to turn them over. And
we're talking to Tara Womack, teaches anatomy and physiology at the college at CWC and the unique cadaver program. You get, when you get the cadavers, you get one male, one female.
Correct. So we can look at anatomical differences between the reproductive systems. And so I have 2 cadavers at any given time. And like I said, I keep them for up to 2 years. And we've been fortunate enough to get funding through INBRI, which is a biomedical research grant funded by the National Institute of Health, to get 2 new cadavers each year. So the students in my cadaver anatomy class, which is a fall-only class, are working with a fresh specimen, one that's been previously undissected.
And you get the cadavers from University of Utah. When you're done, they go back to the family, or if not, if no family, University of Utah performs the cremation, and then there's a ceremony. Talk about respect. There's a ceremony every May.
Yes, they have a cemetery plot, especially for the donors, and they're honored in this ceremony every year. So the university pays their respects to the families and to the donors themselves, it's a nice human touch.
Yeah. And give me an idea of what these students are studying, the variety of disciplines. Now, these are not all, if any, surgeons. People are going into surgery. It could be, what different? Some in the nursing program. Some are maybe going to be physical trainers. Want to see how muscles work. Like, who are these students?
Most of them are going into healthcare. I mean, I've had the occasional art student who wants to learn more about the human body, take the human anatomy class. That I can remember, none of them had taken the cadaver class. They're all healthcare professional students that are taking this class. The student that was interviewed for the article wants to go to medical school. She wants to be a surgeon. She wants to be a thoracic or a cardiac surgeon specifically. And they get the opportunity in this class to hold a human heart and to hold a human brain, which then they can see just the intricacies and the delicacies of the blood vessels and the cranial nerves. And you don't get that from a textbook. So this cadaver class has added so much to the program. It's an elective for our science degree and our health science degree. Human anatomy and physiology are required for the nursing program. And I have had some nurses take the cadaver anatomy class, but it's not a required class, unfortunately. But I tell these students this is their first patient or their first client, and to treat them as such.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of, I'm not a pilot, but I know a lot of pilots that have trained on flight simulators, and they get a feel for how a plane would handle, but it's not the same as being in the plane, feeling the engine. You know, it's so hands-on, it's so tactile. Yeah, I mean, just the size and scale of organs, like understand, like making that textbook come alive. Virtual reality can't do that. There's no replacement for, I can't imagine, for, you know, just seeing a lung and seeing maybe how big it is. Like I had no idea it was that big.
Right. I had the opportunity to attend a conference in Anaheim back in November, and they have, it's called an anatomage table. So it's like a surgical table, 6 foot long, and you can virtually dissect the cadaver. And I thought, oh, this will be cool. I want to check this out. Maybe add it. But you said it. There is nothing that replaces actually seeing the body and getting your hands on the body. Like this last semester, my students wanted to manipulate the knee. So we cut the tendon, reflect the kneecap, and then they can see how the bones move on one another. And
Yeah.
yeah, the
Yes.
size of the lung, the depth of the cavities.
Yeah, sometimes I'll see a TV show or a movie and they'll show like a surgeon doing something emergent and they'll do a cut, and I'm like, how did they know how much pressure to put on to get through just the skin and not the muscle? I mean, you can't know that inherently. You have to learn that and feel it and do it.
And that's one of the first classes that I teach is, you know, you don't know the depth because it varies from one region of the body to the next. It varies from one person to the next. So I tell them to make very superficial cuts at first. If we need to go deeper, we'll go deeper.
All right, give me
it's a learning experience. And the scalpel is our most useful tool, but oftentimes they're using their fingers. They do blunt dissection just with their fingers. The hands are important.
Well, this cadaver program at CWC, we're talking to Tara Womack, a teacher there who has brought this basically to CWC. Give me one example of how someone in nursing, you turn out so many great nurses, CWC. How is somebody from nursing going to benefit from this? What could they possibly take away from, you know, seeing pulling a heart out of a cadaver? What in their real life, when they go on to be a nurse, could they not have gotten out of the textbook that they get from this program?
Just the hands-on experience of seeing the body, seeing where the heart is in relation to the lungs, seeing how the lungs are situated on the diaphragm, and you know, the textbook is just two-dimensional. And, you know, a lot of nurses aren't going to see the insides of their patients, but I think it just makes it more intimate for them. It gives them a better appreciation of what they're working with.
I would trust a nurse out of this program maybe more than a nurse that didn't take this program. Yes, because they know my body. They will know, well, the heart's supposed to be here. I've learned in the textbook, but they know. They're like, I know exactly where it is. I've seen it. And
it's been so interesting to see those variations, you know, some anomalies in normal anatomy, but
yeah. Well, that's so cool. It's interesting. I never would have thought about it. And it's right here in Wyoming. How proud we must be, right here in Riverton, CWC. Very unique program. Give me an idea of how unique, Tara. I mean, are there a lot of universities that have something like this?
I don't know about universities. The University of Wyoming does, but it's for their medical students through the WWAMI program.
Yeah.
So yeah, there aren't very many undergraduate students who get this opportunity to have their hands on, especially, and perform the dissections themselves.
Yeah.
You know, they might see a dissected body, but to perform the dissections is unique for an undergrad student in Wyoming, especially.
That's pretty cool. Well, thank you for taking part in this story, for talking to our reporter, and for coming on this show. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You bet. Cool program. That's Tara Womack, CWC, and the Cadaver Program. Read more about it in the Cowboy State Daily. Really interesting. Jackie Dorothy wrote this story. And I think we probably got to take a quick break. Yeah, why don't we do that? Quick commercial break, and as we pause for the cause for our locals as well. It's the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake back after this.
Is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Tuesday, January 28th. And we got a rodeo here in just a second after maybe we should rodeo now, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, let's rodeo right quick, and then I'll come back with the final stories of the morning that we have not got to yet. Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. World champion bareback rider Dean Thompson on the show today. We talk about the big pack of young bareback riders that are coming up that will now be chasing him for a world title. The talent pool is mighty deep in the bareback riding. We'll talk about that on the Roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
Maternal function, optimized growth, and customer service. That's what you get at Ellingson Angus. Hi, I'm Chad Ellingson, and I invite you to our production sale February 1st. 1,200 top quality Angus will sell. Choose from 370 powerful bulls and more than 800 registered and commercial females. We offer free bull keep and delivery, marketing help, large sire groups, and volume discount. That's the Ellingson Angus sale February 1st at the ranch near St. Anthony.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
You know, there's so many of you young guys that are good. The Weston Timbermans, the Rocker Steiners, the Keenan Hayes, Cole Franks, Cole Reiner. They are sitting back right now wondering how they can win a world title. So they'll be pushing you. They're great stars, right? Wow.
Oh, absolutely. All these guys that you rodeo with and against. And that's the weird dynamic, you know, is that you really are. You're rodeoing with them a lot of the time. You'll be traveling with the same exact guy that beat you at the rodeo, you know, to the rodeo. And so, yeah, I mean, these guys, they're not okay with second place. But that's what's the best part about it, you know. What's the sport without a little bit of challenge and somebody pushing you to try and be better? You know, that's the best part. I mean, it's not worth winning if you're not having to really put everything you have on the line.
He's an engaging young man, 22 years old, from Altamont, Utah. We'll talk about his high school wrestling endeavors, where he's a state champion in Utah, in future shows on the Rodeo Roadshow. World champion Dean Thompson competing in his second National Finals rodeo this past December. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
And before we wrap up the show, I want to talk about these stories real quick. Wyomingites can still sue cops for negligence after a committee lets this bill die. Claire McFarland has the story. A bill died in the Wyoming Legislative Committee that would have restricted criminal suspects from suing police officers for conducting negligent investigations. It was supposed to reverse a Supreme State Court ruling that created the rare lawsuit mechanism. What happened? And, you know, you think about the situation of a botched case. In fact, it was the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation agents had botched a case in Albin, Wyoming. They had raided a hemp farm. They suspected marijuana possession. It turned out to be hemp. The Wyoming Supreme Court last March created a new mechanism for suing police agents who act negligently in a case like that, or some kind of similar case. If they are acting on complete wrong intel and they've done wrong to you as a person, the Wyoming Supreme Court said you're allowed to sue them. It's unique. I believe Wyoming is the only state that allows such. Yeah, Wyoming is the only state in the nation that allows that special cause of action. And HB 53 would have eliminated that. Had it become law, House Bill 53 would have specified that people can't sue police officers for negligence when those officers are acting within the scope of their duties. So it would have kind of flipped that Supreme Court ruling, that Supreme Court mechanism created last March. But the bill died in Wyoming Legislative Committee, never did see the floor. HB 53, not happening. Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Also, I think this is so unique, so cool. Dale Killingbeck has this story about a dual immersion school that offers a dual language immersion school that offers Mandarin. And they've been doing so for a while. Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper is the only public school in Wyoming that offers Mandarin Chinese in a dual language immersion setting. And that's basically where kids in elementary school go to school, and for half the day they do their learning in English, and for the other half of the day they do their learning in another language. There's a dual language school, very successful one here in Jackson, Wyoming, where I am, and it's been operating for a while, and its other language is Spanish. So kids come out of that school pretty conversant in two languages. I mean, that's the whole point. It's unique, and it's a great concept for teaching dual language. I'm often just mad at myself that I don't know another language. And I respect people who know 2, 3, 4 languages. This is a unique case. Dale Killingbeck has a story about this school where kids go for half the day, learn some math, learn some English, and then they learn Mandarin Chinese, which I'm told is difficult. If you were thinking about languages you want to learn, you're probably much better off with a Romance-based language, Spanish, Italian, French. Mandarin Chinese, I think you have to think a whole different way to get the Mandarin Chinese. But Dale checked out the Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper. Kids are greeted by native-speaking Chinese teachers in the immersion classroom. The walls have Chinese characters, words, cartoons. Chinese crafted dragon model sits atop the bookcase. By the way, today is isn't today the lunar? It's when you're what's your Chinese animal? Lunar New Year. On the subject of Chinese, tomorrow, Wednesday, January 29th, it's the Lunar New Year. And I'm the year of the tiger. Tiger is my animal. What animal are you? Do you even know? Let me share this. I'm already sharing it. The visual. Tomorrow is the Lunar New Year. It'll be celebrated definitely throughout China. Probably be celebrated right here at the Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper. Great story from Dale Killingbeck, and I know these kids, they got to be better off learning this way. It's exciting to have Mandarin background. You never know what these kids will go on to do. Here's Dale talking to our own Wendy Core.
And Paradise Valley Elementary School in Casper is the only public school in Wyoming that offers Mandarin Chinese in a dual language immersion setting where students spend half the day learning that language and the other half in English. The program has been in place since 2013. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to proponents of the program who believe the program remains a worthwhile investment for the school district despite struggles finding teachers or any current concerns about national geopolitics involving the U.S. and China.
Well, the program is now at the place where the kids that started it are juniors in high school, and the program has been a success. Some of the students that began in the program back in kindergarten are taking college level Mandarin, not just language, but like business classes in Chinese at the University of Wyoming. And then some of the kids, I was told, are taking Spanish so that they might be able to get the bilingual designation from the state when they graduate in 2 different languages.
The district's immersion program in Spanish is similar to programs in Albany, Campbell, Laramie, and Teton counties, but Natrona County School District's immersion Mandarin option is one of just 367 Mandarin DLI schools in the nation.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I bet it is hard to find teachers that could teach that are both fluent in English and Mandarin. That's got to be difficult to even find the teachers for that program, but it's cool to know. It's cool to know there's a cadaver program at CWC in Riverton, and it's pretty neat to find out that there's a dual language immersion at Paradise Valley Elementary in Casper. Some unique programs. Hey, thanks to all our guests that were on today. We had a truly entertaining morning this Tuesday, and some stories we still didn't get to. We'll have to pick them up again tomorrow. Cowboy State Daily. Go read about all the things that we've been writing about, all the news. We didn't even get to this day in history. Man, we just didn't even have time for it. It was a busy, busy day. Sometimes the day catches up on you like that. Here are the things we covered today. The feds raid a nightclub in Denver, cart away some 40-something illegals, some with suspected ties to Venezuelan gang activity. Liz Cheney may still walk the plank for J6 investigation, even with the pardon from her BFF Biden. Should peeping Toms have to register as sex offenders? Wyoming thinks so. Drive much? 3 snowplows are plowed into over the weekend. WYDOT's getting tired of it. Turkeys get the boot from Casper. Wyoming's crypto queen is now America's crypto queen. Senator Cynthia Lummis named as the boss of Bitcoin, as she'll chair a key committee for Trump regarding cryptocurrency. And this morning, we talked to a man who made his life's mission to put away child sex traffickers. Thank you, Chris McDonald, for coming on the show. We salute you and your duty. We met a beloved radio host who hung up his mic and headphones at the end of last year. Larry Proetti, we're already missing you off the airwaves. And we chatted with a woman, Tara Womack, who heads the cadaver program at CWC. Very innovative, very interesting. That'll do it for the show. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.